and put it to there. Okay, so what the fuck? Zodiac sign meanings? Will I fucking give the answer that I want? Okay, this is kind of what I want. Aquarius. Alright, wait. You're a what? You're a fucking Sagittarius? No, you're not.
Libra.
Libra, yeah. So you
Mahadi.
You are element of air, color pink and green. That's what
Fuck
you
yeah,
fuck with.
I'm extinct.
Your day is definitely a Friday. You're extinct.
The last one, bro. Like, until
Wait. Did those numbers represent?
Stop.
Do those numbers mean anything to you?
4, 6, 13, 15, 24. I'm 24.
That doesn't. Okay, whatever. Your strengths: you are a cooperative, diplomatic, gracious, and fair-minded and social.
I'm not social.
I was about to
sure.
say you are not social. Your weaknesses: indecisive, as you do. Avoids confrontation. Definitely do it. Will carry a grudge.
You gotta really fuck up for me to carry.
I was about to say it's. I mean, it's kind of every person though, and self pity.
Yeah, that's the thing about these is like you could attribute these to anyone. You know what I mean?
That is the dumb. That is the dumbest part.
Astrology is so vague.
I hate
anyone
it.
can take it and put their own meaning on it.
Exactly. It's space racism.
It's just vague. It's like vague poems.
I've never seen you do self pity though. I've never seen you hate yourself.
Oh, I do that in silence.
I was about to say, yeah, no, maybe it's the humor in me. I don't know. I do that in
silence for sure.
So you like harmony, gentleness, sharing with others, and supposedly the outdoors. Are you an outside kind of guy?
I mean, it depends. I mean, I like going on like hikes and stuff.
I don't fuck with bugs. That's my thing. I don't fuck with bugs.
See, that's why I like going hiking like during the fall. During early spring.
Bro, did I tell you the other day, legit? I think it was like yesterday or 2 days ago or whatever. I was just chilling in my computer chair, right here where I'm at. My cat was chilling on the desk, and I had my light on for some reason, but I'm glad I did. And I start seeing something fly up to Gandalf, and I was like, "Oh, is there a mosquito in my room? What the fuck?" And it was pretty big, so I looked at it as a mosquito, and then as I swatted it like spun. So not like, hitting a fly. And then I look at it, I was like, that's a big ass spider crawling on my boy right now.
You probably pissed yourself.
I jumped, but then I went, no, he's legit going, he was going on him. He was legit on the ceiling, spun down like Spider-Man to go on my cat. I swatted his bitch ass again, grabbed my boot, and I fucking killed him. I was like, dude.
You killed Charlotte.
And you want to know the craziest thing? It was a long, skinny, kind of green, yellow looking-ish one. I killed one earlier this week looking like the same one. I think I just finished their couple. Hopefully the family's gone. Now,
I'm surprised you're able to kill this spider.
Oh, no, I could do it, but dude, there's a lot of warm-up. It's like 5-minute, 10-minute journey. Like, I legit be like, like, I'd be getting myself warmed up and shit, like I'm fucking Rocky.
I saw a centipede earlier.
Dude, hold on. All right, anyways, hold on. So as yesterday, I was taking my dishes out of my room, and as I was walking through the hall, it's a nice you've been to the hall, so it's like a nice skinny kind of hall, but it's a very narrow hallway. And as I was walking through, I did a whole Neo like MJ like backwards flip because a spider was doing the same bullshit, a Spider-Man like bullshit, crawling from the ceiling, going down the hallway. And it was at my head level, and I did a whole, like, I broke my back type shit, I bended back, and I was like, what the fuck, as I was walking, I grabbed my work boots. Hey, best thing to kill spiders, work boots. Actually, no, it's just been this month. I've killed 3 spiders this month.
Dude, that's wicked.
You want to know the best way to do it? Especially when they're in corner, because earlier this month, as soon as I came home after vacation, I think a day or two after, because just the area wasn't being watched or whatever, I guess. And as I was taking a piss, I could just be saying this to say this, but I truly think I have a sixth sense. and I can like I have that Tobey Maguire sixth sense where I know when someone's
Bro,
watching
that's
me.
pretty sense.
I know when someone's watching me. So like if I'm randomly at work and I just feel this weird itch, I just look around and it's just because some random asshole is just staring at me. I was
What if
as
I'm
I was
staring at your Discord?
I don't know if that works. If I hear you do anything and I'm streaming, maybe that means I think you're automatically looking at my stream. But I can feel it. I don't know how to say it to you. How I can feel it. But as I was taking that piss, there's a spider in the corner of my bathroom, and I was like, fuck that. I grabbed my Fortnite 50 cal Desert Eagle water gun. Oh, dude, a squirt gun is the best way to get rid of them because one, not only are you fucking them up a little bit while they're in the corner projectially, but you're stunning them. You're making them crippled, so they're instantly going to get into a ball and make them a little better to hit instead of having momentum.
You know
so
what I did?
you stun them up a little bit. You fucking get with the shoe. Hey, the work boot's the best one because of that steel toe action. But hey, I'm telling you, water gun's a good stun. But centipedes, I don't fuck with centipedes.
You know what I did the last time I killed a spider? I took foaming hand soap and the motherfucker. I suffocated him and then left it.
Oh.
I left it, went to work.
Oh, no. See, personally, I'm a double kill. Double tap.
Dude, I've had spiders crawl on me, bro. It's
I had one as I was outside smoking on a smoke break, and I was out up my arm, and I was like, "Get the fuck off me, dude!" I like freaked out for the rest of my break, but like, no, I never let him.
Yeah, no. Once one thing is on you for like the entire day,
yeah, you can feel shit crawling up your
you
ankle.
get paranoid.
Yeah, I never let them out of my sight when I see them. So like if I like stomp them with the shoe, I might leave for a second to go grab some paper towel, and I flush it. They're always going down the toilet, flushing down the toilet. I'll stomp them, flush them.
I don't think bro was gonna escape that, bro. I mean,
what was bro was probably
like I don't even think I
bro was
and then like when I got home, it turned into a liquid, and he was like disintegrated.
Centipedes though, I don't fuck with centipedes either. If I had a centipede in my house, dude.
It was a tiny fucking one, bro, and I saw it, and I like my instinct was like flick it, but like I freaked out.
Okay, so the recent, it wasn't even a centipede. I don't even know what they're called. It was like a new updated bug a couple of years ago, I think.
New bug
unlocked. It was the predator of the cockroach. I don't know what they're called, but they are set in the world just to hunt cockroaches. So like if you see them, that means you have a sight of but if you see them, that means you have a sight of cockroaches. They're like centipede length, not even centipede length, but like they have that many legs. They're fluffy and they have two big antennas.
Oh. Ooh, stop it. Can we stop talking about
this? No. As I was getting ready for work, half awake, getting like dressed and shit, I put on my socks and I see one on my hardwood floor in my closet area. And my instant reaction, stop! I fucking murdered that thing with socks on, and I was so grossed out afterwards. Because I looked at it, and it was legit, like... And supposedly, those things can move like, really, really fast.
Like goosebumps, bro.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
bro,
yeah.
I feel sick to my stomach.
It's awful, it's awful. I hate it. Anyways,
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Back to personality traits. Let's get to me. Let's get to me. Aries. So I like Tuesdays. Oh, I fuck with Tuesdays. That means I got tacos.
I love Fridays.
Tuesdays, I get tacos. I don't fuck with red.
Fire.
I'm definitely raged in the head, so maybe that's something. 1, 8, and 17.
Greatest compatibility.
I don't fuck
we work
with
together,
those.
bro.
Hey,
we work together, bro.
No wonder why we chat all the time. I'm courageous. Meh. Determined. Hey, dude, that's another stupid thing. I am a Gryffindor, but I don't believe it.
No, that's also the funny thing is like these fucking like astrology shit is literally just fucking Harry Potter houses.
I'm not confident. I could be determined in certain circumstances. No, I'm not enthusiastic. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
Enthusiastic?
Yeah.
You're always up and at 'em.
Up and at? No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Having or showing tense and eager enjoyment. Maybe when I'm drunk.
Maybe.
Optimistic.
Depends how drunk you are.
I love thinking. I love thinking.
Optimistic means that you're like hopeful.
Definitely. Honest. I love. I mean, I think the truth is everything, low key. Like you will
Yeah,
get caught in
I
a
love the
lie.
truth. I love the truth.
And then
Getting caught in a lie is the worst
there's
thing.
no point of doing it, but I definitely love devious acts, but I wouldn't consider that lying, I guess. I don't know. It is, but it's not the same, I guess, in certain circumstances.
Yeah, it depends on like
Passionate?
if you know it's gonna hurt someone. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm passionate. Impatient? I'm
Yep,
definitely
but they're
impatient,
both.
but
Moody.
I've learned.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Impulsive. Yep.
yeah.
Aggressive. Sometimes.
That is all correct, unfortunately.
You like comfortable clothes? Who doesn't?
I was about to say, I love PJs. Every time I get home, the jeans are off. I got the PJs on.
I know. I got my fucking basketball shorts.
This one's bothers me because, yeah,
Hold fast.
I'll take initiative, but it's
Hold
like,
fast.
yeah, no, that's the thing though. When no one else
If you were
does
a clone,
anything,
would you be an ARC trooper?
I don't, because like my problem is when no one does anything and you see people at wrong and you see that nothing's work, I instantly be like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Why are we doing this? Let's fucking change something. Let's actually make this shit work. Let's fucking move forward. So like I could definitely understand why I could take that role, but it's only when I get short-tempered, aggressive, and impulsive. It's like in Holdfast, oh, I think it's so fucking cool because they fucking listen. If I had a voice in Battlefront, because my favorite role is officer. I love the fact that I can help the team.
Battlefront with VoIP would be
Cancer,
like,
cancer. Oh, it'd be so cancer.
I'd love it. Give me Squad, but less realistic. To be honest, I love Squad, but it was too realistic.
Yeah, no, it was a little slow. It was a little slow.
That and some things weren't Star Wars realistic.
Oh,
as in, like,
it looked
like,
really cool. It looked really well, but
it
I thought it was
really
too
cool.
slow.
It felt terrible.
I don't think we needed like 20-30 second spawns. I don't think we needed that many spawn points. Like I think we should have had. Sorry, we should have had more.
That many spawn points, that many objectives.
But then again, that could have just been the team. Like maybe there's more aspects to Squad that we don't know, and maybe those are all just people like us that just want to have a Star Wars experience, and they don't even know how to play the game either. You know what I mean?
Valid.
Because there was really good drivers. I think that was the best part. Everyone, and when there was a pilot, that fucking pilot drove well. I wanted to try it, but every time, didn't make it work, or I didn't even have the seats.
People would get too mad.
Yeah, and everyone get mad. I think the best part though is like getting grouped in a ship and then just having a random chat before you get into battle and see them get one tapped to not see them again for the next 30 minutes. That's cool. That's realistic, quote unquote, I guess. But like, I thought the game mode was too slow. I think if there was more stuff than just, I guess, Conquest, maybe there could have been more. I think there could have been, if they randomly modded more Star Wars aesthetics into it, but it was very like, yeah, this is Squad. Like that it was very hard to escape that of not being Squad. And that's kind of, that I think that was the main problem. It just trying to be a different
I'm playing a typing game. I didn't realize that. All right.
Bro, yuck.
Oh.
Anyways, I like physical challenges in individual sports. The fuck does that mean? I don't like being physical, and I don't know what an individual sport is, but I guess I'll take it as video games. Now, I dislike inactivity, whatever that means. Delays, I don't fuck with delays either, I guess. And then work that does not use one's talents. What the fuck does that mean? You are typing out those words to kill people. That's wild.
I'm typing, bro. I'm typing.
That's wild. So work that does not use one's talents. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, hey, hey. Aries is a fire sign with the need to take initiative when it comes to romance. When they fall in love, they will express their feelings to a person they are in love with without even giving it a considerable thought. The capability of an Aries with another signs of zodiac is very complex. Aries in love may shower their loved one with affection, sometimes even an excessive amount, forgetting to check the information they get in return. They are very passionate, energetic, and love adventures. An Aries is a passionate lover, sometimes even an addict to pleasures of the flesh and sexual encounters. With their opposing sign being Libra, the sign of relating tact and diplomacy, it is the furthest point from their natural personality. This can present a problem in their romantic experience, for they don't seem to have enough patience and focus on their partner, as much as they do on the passionate approach they always nurture. They have to embrace them all matters of Venus with all of its love, tendencies, joy, peaceful satisfaction, and foreplay. Still, their partner should keep in mind that they need the adrenaline and excitement every day, and their relationship can only be strong and long lasting if their primal needs mate. An Aries might be turned to themselves for the most part in loud respect for their own boundaries, but they are highly compatible with certain signs of
Typing 45 words per minute.
Bro, you're
That's
going
pretty
off.
bad.
You're like that little racing game, bro. You remember that racing game doing math?
No, that was Warhammer typing game.
What the fuck?
Which was fucking... What the... Why is Steam VR launching?
A lover's guide? Bro's got 4 hands.
What the fuck?
Independence is the key to understanding an Aries, for they don't like to take orders from others. In order to seduce an Aries man... That's not what I want. Aries women... Okay, well, I'm not looking for an Aries. I guess I got... Let's learn what gets me spiked up. In order to seduce me, you need to learn to play the game by his rules. This man often finds the chase for the
Time
subject...
to play the game!
What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just noticed a scratch on my back. What the
Fuck.
fuck? Yeah, wait, hold up. I was itching my back and I just noticed a scratch. That's not fun. Oh shit.
What? 15462.
What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? When did I get these? Am I seeing like a vampire? Bro,
Maybe.
look at my camera.
What camera?
Oh, I'm so pale.
Oh, I'm fucking launching Battlefront 2. My monitors like to go black when I launch it.
Dude, I'm hooking up with Wolverine.
Dude, what the fuck? No, you're getting gills.
No, I'm just skinny. You know me. Well packed.
Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know
fuck,
what
you
I
look
don't know
like you
what
do
this
heroin.
is.
He bro's been heroin.
Nah, I haven't been on heroin.
Yet.
No, I don't like needles. Needles scare me.
Same.
Needles, nose,
Damn,
and
I launched-
pills.
Damn, I launched a game and I was right away. Then I had to click connect.
Needles, nose, and pills. But secretly, I've
Are you
been
happy?
wanting to try pills.
What kind of pills?
The fun ones.
Like MDMA,
No, what does that one do?
Molly.
Oh,
Ecstasy.
yeah. Molly, I definitely want to try that.
Yeah.
The main one I definitely want to try is Adderall.
It's so lame.
I know, but I feel like it might actually change me.
Yeah.
Like if
it
I
will.
if I take it,
It-
like because
It'd make you more aggressive.
no, like I would do it only on like really heavy chore days, because I feel like I would
It'd
do
make
the
you more
chores
aggressive.
instantly done, and then I could edit a video within a day.
Yes, true. You'd be very aggressive.
I'm already aggressive.
Exactly. If you were in that mode and anyone said anything to you and like bothered you, you'd get mad.
I don't know.
I don't know. You hopping on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
you are.
course I'm hopping on. There's 15,000
Dude,
people in the game.
it's almost 16. There was 16 earlier.
Oh my god, I love it. A rebellion is so good.
Double vaping is crazy.
They're both low.
You
I need a new one. Actually, wait, hold up.
get some weird airflow when you do.
Hey, this one's got juice. What the fuck? How old are you?
Dude, I got this fucking Dr. Cherry flavor. Disgusting.
It's like a Dr. Pepper
Tastes like
cherry.
cold
It's
medicine.
weird. Yeah, no, it's not
It's
good.
supposed to be, but tastes like medicine.
I've been honestly, I've been kicking back into the blue raz ice. My main one was this one. It was the sour straws. That's my favorite one. And then I stopped for a while and started getting blue ice since the vacation. I brought a blue ice on my vacation and a sweet straws. I don't know. Blue ice is just so basic and easy. I never really got it, but then I'm beginning back into it. But the one I gotta show you. I probably already have the Peach Perfect Slush.
Let's warm up. Get it warm up.
The Peach Perfect Slush.
Mm.
It tastes like a peach ring G Fuel.
Ooh,
like it's so good.
That sounds good. I need to get a new vape tomorrow.
I had a coworker try it, and he's like, "Damn, bro, this shit good." He's like, "I didn't know the disposables were that good tasting," and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, they are, dude." Because I think he still has a Boulder.
Dude, I want Farm Boy so badly. I need to unlock it.
Oh, I don't have Farm Boy either.
I'm just
The only skin I wish I had that I think I already fucked up in getting, because I don't know if you can even get those skins anymore. The only one I fucked up in not getting was the Darth Maul one. I really want the robot legs, dude. Otherwise, the most happy one I got was the Donald Glover Lando and General Grievous battle stage, where he's like all fucked up and stuff.
Donald Glover, yeah. I got the Donald Glover.
I want to play some Han, bro. Fuck it.
Dude, the fact that they made him look so good too. Like he looks exactly.
Oh, he looks like Glover.
Yeah.
It's so good. I wish they did a little bit with the soundboard, but like
his hair is like the graphics of the hair are insane for black people in this game.
Mainly, it's the stash for me. It's like, dude, yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah, but Finn's hair is good, and he also has the Rise of Skywalker haircut, Finn. I think. Because that's. So, yeah. No, wait, no, I think that is Rise Skywalker.
Oh, there's two. Yeah, there's the Force Awakens.
Yeah, there's Force Awakens and Rise. Okay, so he didn't do much with his hair, but I'm pretty sure in the movie he had a little Fritos or cheese puffs on his head, whatever you call it. That was so racist.
Ooh, I just got my push to 80%. Let's go.
Dude, I've been trying hard to play. Honestly, maybe after this we play some NPCs.
Well, what the fuck is happening to my game?
Oh, your game is tweaking out because you're streaming.
Oh.
For some reason, the game hates being on Discord. Because every time I try to stream it, it's always like 2 FPS. Like, if you see in Discord, both of us have an exclamation point.
I need this one. Level 20.
Luke's not level 20?
No, I haven't played much Luke. He's level 13.
I got Luke at 20. My highest is, I think, Obi-Wan. He's almost 30. Han's
I haven't
25.
played any like co-op or like.
We should do that. The best time to do it is Wednesdays because it's triple XP and you just level up your characters.
Yeah, it levels up your levels up yeah, I haven't done any of that.
Like crazy, and you get the special guns if you play the.
He has robot legs.
Ah, fuck, that's so cool.
And it's the fucking it's the Rebels lightsaber.
Yeah, I know. It's with the little staff thing.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I got force choked. Holy shit.
I just fell off the map. Don't touch me.
Oh, I just rolled off the map.
Yeah,
Good start.
This map is dangerous.
I know. Might have to switch to some Yoda. We'll find out. One shot, one shot, one shot. Ugh. Coming back strong as fuck, motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Yeah, can't defend yourself without your saber, huh? Don't throw it
Dude,
next time,
like,
buddy.
this Grievous is fucking annoying.
I can tell.
My body was like fucking whipping around everywhere.
We got him, we got him. Vader? Get the fuck out of here, brother. Come here! Oos! I just tackled the shit out of Vader.
Huge. Fuck me, dude. All these fucking flashes, I can't
I know,
see.
I hate the concussion. Boba Fett, he just died. Get him, fuck him up, fuck him up. Ah, fuck him up.
He's dead. Oh.
Good trade, good trade.
God damn it, dude. This fucking Boba Fett is annoying. I keep, like, every time I see him, it's just like, stun, 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 stun.
No, Vader, please! Oh, I almost just tackled Vader off the map. Fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck him up, he's weak, he's weak.
How did I not? Dude, that's fucking Grievous.
I tackled. Oh, he blocked it. Nice. Oh, he's so weak. Hold up. God, I suck at aiming.
Whoa!
Blow off the map!
Me?
Oh no, I fucked
Is
up!
someone cheating?
No, he I don't think so. I think he just fucked us up.
I was getting whipped around.
They're really just
like,
whipping
I
us
was
around
like,
with the force right
slow
now.
internet connection. How do I have slow internet connection? There's no reason my internet should be struggling. Fucking textures aren't loading. I'm not even near it, and I got fucking stunned.
Did I blow him off the map? Nope, I did not.
Ow. He's resistant. That's so. Oh my god. Wait, this fucking. Fuck you. I just fucking put Boyle off the map.
No! Come on!
He just put me off the map. I hate this map. Holy fuck. Also, get my stream the fuck off.
Yeah, cause
Like, I have this
fast.
in a full screen window, and my shit keeps going black.
They're playing Scribble.io.
Like, I'm actually getting
That's so
super
funny.
annoyed. He's such a lucky bastard.
Bounty hunter, that's here.
Incoming! Oos!
That armor's looking rusty.
Bye-bye. Oh, hello, Grievous.
Stick around for more.
Where'd he go?
I sent him on the roof.
I can't jump up there, guys.
He's running. He's running.
I'm on his ass. We're on his ass. Go, go, go. Uh-oh.
Whoa. He just walks over you, dude. There's nothing you can do to block that.
Nah, no, that one's the worst one. It one-shots units at a certain level. Yep, that's Dub right there.
And-
Get off my boy!
That was weird.
I double
was
headshot at
fucking
Bosk
weird.
and he instantly fell.
Report Padme. What? Fucking borderless, please. Holy fuck. That's so much better. Fucking thank God. Who the fuck is Padme, bro? Like, come on.
She is the
Come on,
hottest,
that we-
hottest woman in
I
the
mean,
Star Wars
I know who
universe. Are you
Padme is,
kidding?
but bro said report Padme.
She is the hottest woman in the Star Wars universe.
How do I report Padme? There is no Padme.
If I could wipe up Natalie Portman, bro, oh my god. I need me a girl
Did you
looking like
leave?
Natalie Portman. No, I do not.
Oh, I left.
Or on Jakku. I guess I will leave as well. Even though we are gonna play as the villains. It's okay.
I did. It's all fucked up. It was fucked up.
It's okay. It's
It was
okay.
saying that you left.
I was distracted because I want Natalie Portman on my body. I wanted her to sit on my face.
It's okay. It's okay. I want to play against different people, anyways. Tatooine, I'll take it. I like Tatooine.
God, if she could,
Tatooine on the classic Battlefront 2 is awesome.
she could sit on my face for democracy, bro.
I'll give her emergency powers. That's pretty good, isn't it?
I want it so bad. Who am I playing? Let's see. I already see Vader and Dooku's taken care of, which I kind of wanted to play, but maybe I continue my shooter route and go Boba Fett. Let's be annoying. Let's get rowdy. The best bounty hunter in the universe right here.
Alright, let's fucking get it. Oh, this is a lineup. Fucking Han with a beard.
It's kind of clean.
I missed that skin or something.
Yeah, those are the rough ages.
Everywhere. As today's competitors take each other down faster than you can say Sarlacc pit.
Sarlacc pit.
These guys are all gripped up.
Man, let me split them up a little bit. Alright, Luke.
Obi-Wan's done. Get that fucking. Get that idiot. Whoa!
The dark side continues to eclipse the light.
Need to heal.
Oh, good back. Ah!
I hear you having troubles.
I'm in trouble! Help! Beat his ass!
What?
I'm switching.
So who is fucking hitting me? How are you hitting me?
We're just gonna fuck shit
Fucking
up.
faggots, dude. Holy shit.
We're just gonna fuck shit over them all.
Yeah, Boba's have to move. Han is way too powerful.
Come here, Anakin. No! Yes! More! More!
Ooh. How do you turn off your lightsaber?
G. I do it all the time. I don't know why.
It just feels good.
Yeah, no. I like ignition. It makes you a little blinder too, because you know they don't see a glowing red saber. Hi, Yoda. Come here, Anakin. Anakin! Die! God damn it, jump right, you dumbass. I'm coming. Sorry, Yoda. It just has to be like this. Oh! Motherfucker, come here! Dead.
Still dead, bro. Still dead. What you doing?
Come here, Luke!
You see him? Yeah, I see him.
Oh, I attacked him midair! Good fucking
Freeze.
good freeze. Holy shit, come back! Ah!
Pussy. I'll try to come off.
He's one shot.
Oh, we got an ant
Dead.
behind you.
He's nothing, he's nothing. Block until his stamina's gone. Yep, go work.
I just use my frenzy on him.
Let's go help our boy. Vader's got some problems. Damn it, Leia fucked my butthole.
Path to ultimate bragging rights, 50% complete.
Oh, Luke got me.
I see you, Annie. I'm coming for you. Oh! Yeah. Stay alive, I'm coming, I'm coming!
God, he's so fucking strong.
Fuck that
Thank
when
you.
you got me and Count Dooku. Oh!
Ooh.
Come here, Luke! We can't let you escape like that. Oh, he did it again.
I'm fucking.
Oh, Kenobi cam.
Kenobi is so low, bro. He's 8 health. Okay, dead.
Vengeance. Revenge.
Bro, spanned his space saver. Yeah? The stamina control in this game is so weird.
Oh yeah, it's pretty goofy.
Whoa, Jesus
Ah!
fucking Christ.
Solo really fucked that up.
Dooku, get him. How are you doing over there?
Coming. Just respawn.
Okay.
Nice. Double nice.
Here. Grenade. That was weird. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Luke is so broken.
Damn. Yeah, no, he's pretty powerful. Cry. Cry.
Obi-Wan's coming on top.
I have them both. What? Vader! Do better, Vader. Come on.
How does the guy with 13 kills have way more points?
I don't know. I'll surpass it. If it's my last account. Ah!
All hail the Dark Lord of Kill Streak.
think bro cried. I'm confused.
Yep. Same here, but I don't think we're on the same level of confusion. I'm confused why I didn't get those fucking hits. Haha, I just caught Ray mid-air with a force choke.
Yeah, we got this.
Holy shit, I've never done that before. That was so cool.
What'd you do?
I spun my mouse around so she couldn't, every time I was hitting her back either way. Because it's a dual wield saber, you hit behind yourself too. So I was just doing 360 moves on her the whole time.
Got it.
Beautiful. Dude, that was so cool. That was like a jump Luke fucking fight right there. You can actually do combos with these people. It's stupid. Just by the way you look. That was fun. You want to get a little more sweaty?
Go down.
I was just about to say 2v2s.
Okay.
Oh, I'm down to get sweaty. Let's get sweaty, brother.
Let's do some 2v2s and let's try some co-op stuff after that.
I'm game. Just to level up some guys.
Yeah.
We won't get much level, but double XP is double
Ooh,
XP.
instant. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's still we still level a lot.
Oh, I should probably leave, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
it.
you're in it.
Oh, we're in it? This
Like,
is it?
yeah,
Oh,
we're-
shit.
yeah, this
Oh,
is-
okay, cool. Fuck it. Who are you doing as? Not him. Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna just do better. I'm a menace to society. He's not my highest level. Maul is definitely my highest with 25. I got Vader at 16, but I want to get Dooku up. I like Dooku, and he's at 17.
Dooku is fun. He feels strange, but he's fun.
Grievous, I want to get leveled up just so I can one-shot infantry. But other than that, I don't like anyone else. Kylo's fun, yeah, but he's at 11.
I like Kylo. He's fun.
He's got some cool moves. Phasma, there was a time where I was just updating Phasma just because she was over.
You lost connection to the EA servers.
We're starting.
You know,
Oh,
back out?
no,
'Cause
I'm
I lost
backing out.
connection to the EA
Fuck,
servers.
I'm just 1v1ing this fool. As
Did the servers go
Palpatine?
down? Good. And the
Why
host
am
there
I
lost-
Palpatine?
Camino's cloning facility looms large
Hold on.
over today's
Can I 1v1 him real quick as Palpatine? I don't know how it works.
interchangeable. History will
Oh,
decide.
okay then. Well, I guess I'll wait.
Hold on. We're on Camino, bro. This is a good map, too.
I know, but like, bro, I'm just sitting here. Put on my thumbs, bro.
This is a dumb fight. I feel like I'm gonna win.
I sense your fear. The Jedi are not the heroes. You know nothing of the Jedi.
Yep. Oh my god! You didn't kill me, motherfucker! Yeah, that's right! You didn't get my ass! Fuck you!
My friends,
Yeah, and he got me. Alright, we're gone. Fuck him, bro. He was using the map to his advantage. What a Jedi. Am I not in your lobby anymore? Come on.
I got disconnected from the fucking lobby.
Yeah, invite me.
Entirely. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet.
It's okay. We're together now. That's what matters. As long as we stick together, we'll do quite fine.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yoda with the hood is the most fire fit, by the way. 'Cause
Naboo.
What the fuck does he need your holes?
Attack cruiser on Naboo. What the fuck?
Oh, I think we're on the supremacy level, supremacy phase 2, I think. This time we will actually start as Vader.
Huh.
Together we will conquer. Oh, never mind.
They're level 7 and of level 4.
You will follow me in my shadows.
One guy's name is SDFGHJKKJGFSD. That's weird. That phase 2 shit is weird.
I don't mind it.
I will finish what you started.
Oh, Skywalkers and Skywalker. Let's go
Skywalkers and fucking. Yeah, no, this is iconic.
Yeah.
Oh, this fucking map.
Move it!
He's gonna attack me.
Yeah, I was
Fuck
just
this
about to
guy.
say, fuck him up real quick. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look, Dad. Play defense, play defense. I'm coming.
Super low.
Oh. Let me lead. Yep, good work.
I
Perfect.
got my frenzy.
Perfect,
Frenzy
perfect,
came back.
perfect.
I had it.
Perfect. Oh, yeah,
Choose
we
new
can't do it
hero.
again. Fuck.
Oh,
You just
Maul.
want to take Maul? Yeah, I'll take Dooku. We'll just take the good ones right off the bat.
Yeah. I forgot that's what made this good.
Well, we'll still have... Yeah, we're chilling. Because I bet you'll take Grievous. I could probably do Palpatine or do a shooter. Phasma's really good, too.
I'll probably do. I don't know. This is iconic right here. The two apprentices.
The two
technically.
first apprentices.
Mm.
Oh, they're gonna try it again. Let's see how good they do it this time.
They want to do 1v1s. They want to do 1v1s.
Alright, I'll go first if you don't mind.
Yeah.
As you see, my powers are far beyond yours. Now back down.
Oh, he fucked me up. He's weak, but he fucked me up. I fell in a trap. Good choke, by the way. Woo! Yo!
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, I
It
fucked. I hate it when it fucks up. You're, by the way, is not done much damage. For as much movement. He just killed himself. Wow. Alright. Now we're really... no fucking way you... No way, Tyler! That was disgusting!
That was disgusting. That
Tyler!
was disgusting.
You filthy
That was-
cunt!
Look, level 9 ball, by the way.
Tell me I don't have clips on! Oh my god! I just got that Twitch clip.
Yes.
Fuck. Uh-oh.
That was nasty.
I'm
That's
alright,
what I've been
I'm
trying to
here. Oh,
practice
you're
is my quick turnaround
Dude.
forces.
Dude,
Quick
that,
turnaround
that
use the force.
choke was disgusting, brother.
Fuck, they still got all the good characters, bro.
Doesn't matter. I learned Palpatine's kind of crazy.
You go first.
Oh yeah, wait, no, you go first. I went first last time. I want to see you hit. I want to see you hit that shit. Let's go. Let's see you hit that shit.
I don't know if I'm gonna hit him with this.
You're gonna hit it. You're gonna hit it. Does Yoda fight at the same time, or are we gonna watch? Okay, we're watching. That's my boyfriend. Go on. That's my boyfriend. Kick his ass. Oh! You just killed me.
A sad day for those in the Empire.
Lamo. Kick his ass, Tyler. Kick his ass.
Oh, I didn't do nothing.
He's just a little Kermit, bro. 3-0 these guys. Bro, he's actually using phase 5 on you, bro. He's, oh my god. Is he like using the high? Oh! Oh! Oh my
17
god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my! Oh, holy shit! Damn, bro, you fucking killed it. You fucking killed it.
I'm
Dude.
nasty.
Dude,
I'm
you were
gross.
nasty as fuck. You need a shower. Fucking top hero, of course.
That was good. That was good.
That was really
I
fun.
like that.
That was good.
I'm not gonna lie, playing on console has like opened the doors for me of like realizing things. I clicked matchmake.
I'm game.
That was good. That was fucking good.
That was good. Calls for more whiskey.
And I was
Oh,
nasty
shit.
with fucking Garth. I was nasty with Darth.
Ooh, of course we have the light side. Duo?
Ooh,
Duo?
of course. Clone Wars armor, of course.
Damn straight. I don't fuck with
I don't
anything
have-
else. The Jedi robes are cool, but they're too thick for me. And I wish the Clone Wars was a little more cooler, but I will appreciate what they gave us.
Need to upgrade a card. There we go.
I need to get this motherfucker to 30, and then I think I get my purple cards in. I only got blue right now. Didn't even see you ignite yours? What the fuck? Uh-oh. Bro, it's you with cloning problems, bro. You wanted to hear Rex's voice. Alright, let's ask him.
Challenging a Jedi.
Alright, I
Don't
did.
lack for confidence.
Oh, yeah, okay. Go on, fight your era.
Give it a rest, why don't you?
Uh-oh, back up. I was about to say, sir, back up, otherwise you get hit. You,
He's fucking me up, bro. He fucked me up.
Hello there.
alright. This is gonna be fun.
You've obviously never fought a Jedi, have you?
And
Fighting a
Blaster
Boba Fett's
aids,
so
bro.
annoying. I hope they actually wins just so we can get through it.
Like bathing in a lake of venom mites.
Anakin's not my best either. I'm not gonna lie. He's confusing. Anakin is good for crowd control. Solo, you have to be very specific. That's your in. You have to use your fucking trick on
We're
him.
good.
Okay. Wow, and you still have high health. Good shit.
I'm
think he's a little
telling
bit
you,
rich.
this is... Oh, Kenobi is my
Why
man.
do I get the feeling you're going to be the
Oh,
Let's fucking do this. Oh, like double combo? Alright.
I said it wrong. I said I am what's left. It's I am what remains.
Boom.
Ooh.
I am Kenobi!
Okay. Fuck.
Alright, double
I feel like
chill.
we're gonna get a blaster. I feel like we're gonna get a blaster.
I was gonna
so
say
might-
Hana Chewie
I was,
or
Han
Luke
Chewie?
and Leia. Luke and Leia.
I was gonna go Leia.
Oh, you want Leia?
I have no cards with Leia.
I was about to say the same thing, but I was gonna take. Oh fuck! I missed. I fucked
Well,
up. I
shit.
fucked up, dude. I'm sorry. No duos.
It's okay.
We gotta hit the duos. Ah, they ain't doing them either. It's okay. All right, let me take initiative.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they don't have any lightning strikes. Otherwise, I would fuck some shit up.
I
Let's-
wanna-
let's- Alright. Alright, there we go.
Vader just force choked me.
Oh, this is so fun because we're both strike members.
I hope you win this, by the way.
I'm gonna. He's so weak. Yep. Alright, good luck with your battle. Father versus son. Dude, I'm full health.
Oh.
Oh no, daddy. Fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck him up. Hit him with the rolls, hit him with the rolls! Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, you're melting him, bro. You're fucking him up, fuck him up, fuck him up! Yeah! Let's go! Easy shit, bro.
I wasn't expecting to win that. No cards, bro. No cards.
Alright.
Han and Chewie.
Han and Chewie? I'll take Chewie. I love playing
Alright, I'll
Chewie.
take Han.
I love playing Han, don't get me wrong. I'm really good with him, but I will happily take Chewie because I got cards.
Yeah, I'll do Corelli, yes.
How do I nut? Oh, we're both in our fucking solo movie gear set, bro. You got the
Oh, yeah.
bruised face, I got the goggles. Let's go, bro. All right, let's see what happens. We're both going against sabers. We're fucked. All right.
You first.
No, I was gonna say you go first. Go on. Uh-oh.
Who on me?
Uh-oh, looks like you're against your son, bro.
Oh, he fucked me.
Oh, damn.
He fucked me.
No. That's so fire! Oh, he's fighting you.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Of course he's gonna go for the weaker one. Make him weak as fuck. Just, like, go far as hell and make him weak. Oh, wait. No way. No way you can take it. Okay.
No, I couldn't blow it up in time. Yeah, he's gonna regen that. Damn.
A trivial obstacle. Shall we continue?
Ah!
Come on.
Bitch.
Yes.
Bitch. Don't ever... I am Fluffy! I hate Stam. Well, then don't play fucking Anakin Skywalker or Vader, you dumb cunt. If you don't understand stamina, don't play the heaviest fucking attacker to waste stamina, bro. And he got top hero.
Yeah, no, the best thing you can do is just dodge hella.
Yeah, no, dodging is way worth.
Damn, you did
Way
better than me in this one.
I went off. I love heroes. I'm so good with them.
Yeah, I did pretty
Especially
good with
Kenobi,
Leia.
dude.
I did pretty good with Leia.
Yeah, no, I didn't expect it either, dude. But
I know, he was fucking me up at first. I think his problem was he kept on Vader. Vader's stamina is very small.
oh, it's like
But he
Anakin's.
hits hard as
Anakin, yeah,
shit.
exactly. But like, I forget Leia has that rapid fire.
Odana. Ooh.
All right.
Mm,
Rise of Skywalker duo.
like this?
Yeah, like this. Yeah, your dumbass thought I was choosing Finn.
Yeah,
Same.
I was actually gonna play BB-8 before you said that too.
I have no clue
Oh,
how
it's
to
the
play
same
him.
guys, same guys.
No way, is it?
Yep.
Match brings something new to tackle down. People trying to kill each other without being paid.
All right, you go first. I believe in you. No way! Please fight Boba Fett. Please fight Boba Fett. Please fight Boba Fett. I don't have any emotes. Please kick his ass, dude. Ah! 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 Ah!
He's confused. He's running away.
I got force choked, dude. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Dude, Boba Fett's crouched up right next to me. Dude, me and Boba Fett be chilling.
I almost want to let him win.
No. I need you to do at least weekend Boba Fett. Uh-oh. What the fuck? Are you okay? Dude, are you okay? Throw up if you got it. What the fuck? Nah, tell me you're okay. Just let it out. If you got it, let it out. Let it out.
I fucked them both up.
Thank you. Cough it up, yo. If you got it, just cough it up. Hold on, my cat's like dry heaving right now.
Oh.
I'm not okay with it right
I'm
now.
going Yoda.
Okay, I will choose whatever the game chose me. I guess I'm Donald Glover.
Oh.
Just cough it up. If it's fucking you up, just cough it up, please. I don't want to see you in this state. Ew, oh, ew. All right, I'll go first. I got this. Are you? Are you the one?
He might get you.
No, he won't.
Oh yeah, you do so much damage. Oh, in the smoke. His only hope is the way for it to force choke on you.
I won't let it happen. I keep tagging him. Bye, bitch. Alright, next.
Taking aim.
Oh, he froze me. I'm fucked. Yeah, that freeze will do better than a force choke any day. Good luck, soldier. Fuck him up. Oh, he's... Oh, this is a good one, too. You got it. You okay, buddy? We good? You're looking a little better. Still a little off, but... Oh, that was cool.
Oh, he got me.
Yeah, but he fell into the trap. Oh!
Oh, dude, my
no.
push is doing nothing.
Oh no. Yeah, he keeps blocking it. No.
Dude.
More from a Jedi Master.
He got
Glad they
so
won one.
happy. Alright. Clone Wars duo. We gotta fuck shit up.
I want Obi. Aw.
Oh, you want Obi? I'll let you have it.
Yeah.
I'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm better with Obi.
Obi is my best character, straight up. I legit will. I play phase 2 the whole time. Legit, I make them waste their stamina and then I fuck them up. Anakin, I've been trying to do better with. I don't have the Clone Wars fit on. I'm sorry. Oh. Go 1v1 duel. Or duel? I just mixed their names. Maul. Go 1v1 Maul. Yeah. Dooku knows. Yeah, baby. Hit it.
There is no passion for this stuff. No time for pleasantries.
God, he's fucking me up, low-key.
You got it. Just really hold M2. Just like legit, just play defensive.
There is no
Let them waste this shit. Dude, I love it when you're hanging out with the other guy and you gotta get away from the battle.
Oh, he got me.
This is where the fun
Nope.
begins.
Okay.
You got it. Just keep blocking. Oh,
he jumped over it.
Oh, wow, that was so cool.
Him jumping over it. Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Oh, shit. Dude, I love it when I'm grouping up with the other guy and we're just wanting to watch the fight and not be in the way. Oh, yeah! Fuck up, Dooku. You got it. I believe in you. Just defense off until he shocks and he does. He'll do his E where. Yep, right there. Boom. So he's contract. Yep, you already blocked that. Cool. Yeah, fuck him up. As soon as you get a push, you do that charge with the F. Oh, no.
Dude, I was
All
such
right,
low
all
health,
right,
bro.
all right.
He gets through your defense really well.
Yeah, no, he is a defense cooker. Let's see if I can actually make this work. Oh yeah, I'm good. We're good. I just know how to use a lightsaber. It is what it is. All right. Fuck it. Yeah, I was just about to say, you wanna brother sister this shit?
Brother, sister. Yeah.
I got that bounty hunter fit. I love this fit so much. Legit. I had the Lego piece. I had the Lego outfit for this Leia fit. And because I'm such a nerd, I made a Lego out of myself, and I put that helmet on my head. That's the coolest helmet I've ever seen. All right, you go. You want to go first, or should I? I feel like you want to go first a couple times. All right, you're confident. Guess you're taking on Palpatine. Okay, sir. Take on the whole Empire, why don't you? Go on, take care of Maul too.
He wants you. He wants you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, instantly demolished because of E. Dude, Leia's broken. Why have I never played Leia? What the fuck? I have to play Leia next time I get the option to. The Leia is yeah, it's damn straight. Take that shit.
That Seek Floaters guy was pretty sick. I like him. He just needs to learn a bit more.
I wonder if we'll get him again. I'm down to play
let's get
more.
new people.
Oh, new people?
Let's get new
Alright,
people.
we'll try.
Yes, I press quit.
We'll try.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna make a mean ass sandwich right now.
Are you taking a second or?
I'm ready.
You taking a second?
No. I'm hungry. I was just telling you I'm hungry. We
Okay,
definitely
let's-
plan
let's-
more. I'll
let's-
make a sandwich
yeah.
later. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Let's do one more, then I'm gonna get food too.
I just haven't eaten all day.
Yeah, I want some food too, so let's do one more, then food time.
Maybe we watch like something.
What?
Oh, villains
I'm watching. I'm in the
again.
middle of Bad Batch.
Really? Maybe I'll watch some with you. Martin! What's up, little pussy whip boy? How you been? I feel like it's been a minute.
What's up, my nincompoop?
You want to
How
stream
you
it?
doing,
Mine's
my
all fucking
good
lucky.
friend?
I should be streaming. Am I not streaming?
Oh, on Twitch, yeah.
On
You got any
Discord?
viewers?
Oh, I'm streaming Chrome.
Oh,
I got
fuck, we
one.
got a Yoda and a fucking.
I got one, but for all I know, it could just be me.
We got a
by
Yoda and a
accident.
Lando. You get Lando.
Is it the same people?
No.
1v1s? I'll take Lando if you take Yoda. Go take Yoda, because Yoda's very...
Lando would be fucking for you.
Yoda seems like he wants to fight right now. Go take Yoda. Take Yoda. Kick his ass, Tyler. Sorry, Martin. You haven't been here in a minute, so I'll update you a little bit. I've been really trying to condone myself in this. Actually, sorry. Me and Tyler have been condoning ourselves in the rebellion of Battlefront 2 and trying to make them make a third
He got me,
game.
bro. He
Oh,
fucking got
shit.
me.
All right, here we go.
Alright. Always fucking smoke. Yeah, get on that shit. Get on that shit. Take the high ground.
I can't get
Everyone
on
knows
it.
what high
There's a
ground.
sky block. That's so
You
gay.
need the high ground.
That's so gay. There's a sky block. I can't get on it.
Oh my god, this is why I love the Jedi Academy duels, bro.
The light side is better.
Oh, I don't
That's a
know
lie.
about
That's a
that.
lie. That's a lie. I just chose wrong. I didn't even choose. All right, you're counting. We'll go full Clone Wars.
Yeah.
I'll run it up first. Anyways, me and Tyler have been part of the rebellion to make the next Star Wars game possible. But other than that, my ranking in CS has gone down, and my sadness has gone up because I've been trying to use Tinder and trying to find me a woman.
You first.
So why does that make your status go up?
Because I get depressed in how much these women really want and how I can't provide.
You're getting fucked up.
Yeah, she's fucking strong. What the hell? I really chose the wrong guy. I don't know how to play Grievous.
Fuck you.
Anyways, Martin, on a actual scale of why we're playing Battlefront like crazy, not only were we Star Wars nerds and we love the game, but it would normally get at like 2,000, maybe 3,000 people on Steam
my
charts.
shock is not doing anything.
Right now, there's 15, almost 16,000 people playing this game right now on Steam.
Oh, he
For
got me,
some
dude.
reason,
Fuck
the
me.
community is building a rebellion to make another game right now. It is so beautiful. It is really crazy. So imagine imagine Call of Duty didn't do a yearly thing, you know what I mean? And for some reason the Call of Duty community was like, we want another game. This isn't right. We should have a yearly game. And then they just do it. By the way, Tyler.
God damn it! Of course they gave me this.
By the way, Tyler, there not only has the actor Willem.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say they didn't give it to you; they gave it to me. By the way, the actor not only did the actor Willem want the game, there has now been actual recent, not recent, but you know, past
That was fake.
developers of Battlefront 2
That
wanting
does
Battlefront 3.
nothing.
I know
That's
it does
nothing.
nothing, but it just gives more motion for the people.
Bro, he's shooting at me from far as fuck.
Did I really get BB9?
Bro, he's shooting me from far as fuck.
I'm just keep running into Han to make him a little scared.
Dude, what the fuck was that? Bro, he was shooting me from across the map before we even started. That pisses me off. What a fucking
How the
dumbass.
fuck am I gonna clutch this shit? How the fuck do I even play this guy? Smoke screen, shock spin, charge up. Alright. Alright, we're out that bitch. We're gonna play a whole Tom and Jerry bullshit.
Carl.
Fuck, dude, I have
Good.
no idea how to make those guys work, dude. Oh, we lost? Oh, fuck, we lost again. We're on a streak.
Yeah.
Alright, do we, get food now? Or,
Yeah, food time.
Food time? Okay,
Yeah, go
wait,
ahead.
can I... Wait, never mind, you said you were... What episode are you in Bad Batch? I want it to be an
I
entertaining
think season 2, episode 6. Or 7. I just finished, I'm on the episode right after the first Slip episode. Like, I'm about to begin the Clone Underground arc.
If it's like a boring episode... I mean, either way, I'll watch it, I guess.
It's boring, bro.
What
Boring.
happened to party, watch parties? Did they get rid of those?
They got fucking yeeted.
That's wild. Sorry, you're on season 2. I don't want to. Oh yeah, season 2. They really yoked the fuck out of Tech. So what? Are you at the part where the blue people are trying to save the clones?
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
I just finished the first episode of Slip. Hold on.
Wait. Slip. Who's Slip?
Beard.
Beard.
He is on Coruscant. He was part of the guys who want a pension, and he knows the truth about Camino.
Did you see Tech pod race?
Yes.
Okay.
It's after the Gungi. How do you ever say his name? The Wookiee Jedi Padawan. Right
Okay.
after that.
So you're on episode 7 where the blue people. Okay, so you remember back
Yeah.
when Rex was trying to save that Congress guy against those Yetis or whatever?
I know the Pantorans, yeah.
Yeah, the Pantorans. So the Pantorans right now are, in that timeline, they are fighting for clone rights. So they're trying to make the clones, quote unquote, a human. Because right now the Empire is legit squashing them away and acting like they were nothing. Since, quote unquote, there is no history on how the clones were even clones. Since they fucking...
Yeah, I know. I know.
You know, since they blew up fucking Camino, you know what I mean? So...
Yeah.
Okay, so you're on, like, episode 7.
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
Season 2 is good, but, I mean, every season 2 is always a filler for the last one.
Yeah, I'm halfway through episode 7.
I mean, you already know what happens.
Basically.
That's the worst part about Star Wars. Because, like, whenever I watch Andor, I'm like, well, I know he lives throughout this whole TV show, but I know he dies. So, like, that's the worst part. I mean, that's... okay, sorry.
Just don't think about that stuff, bro. Just watch and enjoy, bro.
I know, but it's good. It is good, so it distracts me. But it's like, every Star Wars media has been that. They make the movies, and then they filler up with everything to make it better. I think the fillers, like the TV shows, are low-key way better than the movies. I'm gonna say it. There's a couple of shows.
I love the Clone Wars style of animation.
Oh
It's the best thing of Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I don't.
I also started rewatching Rogue One.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. As soon as I'm sorry, but I still need to watch the last 3 episodes.
I know.
So as soon as I finish those last 3 episodes, I'll probably watch the movie. But like it's not I feel like Star Wars is worse than Marvel because like if a random person just randomly watches some random Star Wars, they're gonna be like, okay, but why does that work? And then
I
randomly
mean,
you
same
have to
shit with
fill them in.
Marvel. Come on now.
Exactly, but
You,
like
you try watching Loki without watching any of the Avengers movies.
like there's no way there's no way you can watch Iron Man 3 and then not be curious about the rest of the timeline. Same thing with Star Wars, but like with the movies,
Well, that's
you
like
can
watching
just
Iron Man 3 without watching Iron Man 1 and 2.
yeah, but, yeah.
You're gonna be confused.
But Iron Man 3 is more popular, so that's why they just like randomly put on like channels or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
But like Star Wars, it's like yeah, you can randomly watch a movie and be okay with it. Probably not the prequels, but you can watch the movies and be okay with it. But then you're gonna be like having questions, and then there's so many fucking
Everything will make you
answers.
ask questions. Yeah, that's good though.
I don't know. I feel like it's
overthinking
weird.
it.
I definitely am. Definitely am. Because
I think you just need to enjoy it.
I
That or I can force you to watch
I
Rebels.
do. I don't, because the thing is, like, I've watched like on YouTube. I've watched compilations of
Bro, but you miss so much.
maybe, but like
Little details, you know,
Like-
they all matter.
the only things I really don't know is like the real crew. Like I don't know why they all assembled. I don't know the origin why they assembled. So like that's one reason. A bad thing. I know why Kanan is there, and I know why Kanan left.
They were like a Robin Hood crew.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
they
I'm
were
assuming.
stealing
I'm
from the
assuming.
Empire, giving
Like
it to
they're.
the poor.
Wait, hold on. Before you say more, they were probably in some random, normal Disney-esque scheme. They were all doing the same robbery or whatever, and randomly they all came as a group just to help each other, and then ended up sticking as a family.
No, Ezra was the only one that wasn't part of the crew.
Ezra seems like the only one that shouldn't be a part of the crew.
He wasn't part of the crew, but like so.
He's for the
Kanan
rebellion, but
and-
he's not for the rebellion.
He isn't. Kanan was with the crew, right? And they were just there was no rebellion with them yet. They were
Kanan had a
just
crush on
Lothal.
Hera.
It was just Lothal. They were stealing from the Empire and giving it back to the people, and then Ezra stole some shit because he's trying to fend for himself because he has no family. And when Kanan realizes he's a Jedi, Kanan he cut off the Force, but when he sees Ezra being like Force sensitive, that pushes him to like train him, and then they join together, and then eventually Ahsoka gives him secret missions on Lothal, and then it's not until like the end of season 1 Ahsoka reveals herself, and then invites him to the rebellion.
My take, I don't understand why they got to be together, but my take, Ezra and Kanan, they probably got together because of the Force or whatever, yada yada. Hera, she's for the rebellion. That makes sense. She's there to, quote unquote, be the best starfighter or whatever. I guess she can fly. Cool. Sabrine, she was just kind of forced into it because of the Mandalorians. Chopper, I have no fucking clue about his origin. Same with Seb. Like, bro is just there, but he dies for the rebellion because we saw him in Mandalorian. That's Loki how I know him. Honestly, hold up.
This video was created during the 2023 WGA and SAG strikes. Without the labor of the writers and actors
Should I
currently
watch
on
this or no?
strike, Star Wars
Yeah
Rebels
or nah?
and Ahsoka wouldn't exist.
Uh-uh.
Learn more about the strike at the link in the description.
You're the
The
streaming
Ahsoka series
qualifier.
is right around the corner.
Why do I not? It's because they changed it up, bro. I always screen my monitor, but did you see that they changed this to share screen bullshit?
No.
It's weird.
To prepare, here's a quick recap
Yay or
of all
nah?
4 seasons of Star Wars Rebels in under 10 minutes. Ezra Bridger is a 14-year-old
You
human
missed so
living on the
much.
Outer Rim planet.
Alright, no, that's a nay.
You
What's
just
the
gotta
name?
watch it, bro. Because
Hold on, hold on.
missed
I've seen some
small
confusion.
I
things.
do want to watch this, though, real quick.
I've seen some confusion about how the latest arc
Okay,
of
wait,
Andor
this-
lines up
I
with
just
the
wa-
event episode Secret Cargo.
Oh, wait, hold on.
There we hear a
I'm gonna watch this.
It's so easy.
I've seen some confusion about how the latest arc of Andor lines up with the events we've seen in Star Wars Rebels.
Okay, that's a couple
Specifically, we're
weeks ago.
talking about Mon Mothma's speech in the Senate, which differs from what she says in Rebels.
Does
And
it?
a second speech is mentioned, so which speech is which, and how does everything line up in the
How many
timeline?
views?
Let me preface all of
102,
this by
500.
saying that I don't think there is
Star
one
Wars Explained
correct
is
interpretation.
better than Star Wars
I'm
Theory,
about
in
to
my
give you
opinion.
my take, but
Star Wars Theory is a cry. I like Star Wars Theory. Don't get me wrong, but he's a bit of a crybaby.
That is.
He's part of the he's part of the Star Wars problem.
Wow.
I love Star Wars Theory, but he is a bit of a crybaby.
Wow.
Bro, he stopped watching. He said he stopped watching Andor because of something stupid. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, he stopped watching Andor because of Bix getting raped.
First off, that's gotta be wrong. Second off, yes, he is a little bitch crybaby.
Yes, I like Star Wars Theory,
Tell me,
but I like Star Wars Explained more.
tell me a prequel fan that isn't a crybaby. He's a prequel guy. Like, dude,
Literally,
he is
literally the only thing I don't like about Star Wars is the fucking sequels. I
Not-
love everything else except Acolyte. Acolyte was just mid for everyone.
I've been. It's sad to say, but I've been growing to like the sequels.
Yeah, even I like some parts of it. I don't like most of it, but I like parts of it.
If Force Awakens didn't have so much recollections to the OG movies, Last Jedi would have done better.
The only thing that made me not like the sequels was some of the choreography was just stupid, and what they did with Luke. That's really all.
Okay, yes,
And the
yes.
Palpatine shit.
What
the
they
Palpatine
did with
shit was
what they
stupid.
did with Luke, and one, choreography is always gonna be trash at Star Wars. It's either gonna be really, really fucking good or really, really trash, as we saw with Attack of Clones.
Acolyte's choreography was great. Story was terrible.
Didn't even watch any of Acolyte. I actually still have to watch Acolyte.
I watched 4 episodes and I knew the ending.
No, yeah, I think you and I watched it together, and then you and I both.
Yeah, we were like, this is
Yeah.
the main bad guy, and they all die.
Like we assumed it, right? I think
Yeah,
after
and
episode
we were
4.
right.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't know what happened. I know there's a big fight at the end, which I'm assuming.
They all die, I think, except for the Asian dude.
I heard that his helmet was it quote unquote bring
made
it
of
back.
Beskar.
Yeah. No. It's a material that cancels kyber crystals.
That's stupid. Why just make it Beskar?
Technically it was already canon, so we can't be mad at the fact that he has something that was quote unquote already canon. So like legit, I'm pretty sure I only read stuff. I didn't watch it, but I read that he legit was headbutting lightsabers and the lightsabers turned off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying the choreography was great. The story was so mid though, I couldn't watch it.
And then again, they did something different with Acolyte, that they didn't have the movie technician and devices to have lightsabers, so they were legit having heavy ass handles for the lightsaber. So it was all like not CGI, it was all like handmade lightsaber stuff. So like they were like damn near handling like
all
10
the live
pounds.
action lightsabers. No, no, most of them were in the sequels. Or in Kenobi it was. In Kenobi it was lightsabers, actual
just
lightsabers.
like I said, recent fucking movie or TV show
You said
adaptation. Acolyte, whatever the fuck. It's a recent one, so Kenobi was before that, so that means they're probably using the recent tech that they fucking had to offer. Either way, they went up and beyond and made the lightsabers so thick. And every fucking show and live action, animation, everyone has a different tendencies of sabers. Like, it's weird. So, like, in the prequels, we had sharp swords. In the old OGs, you had rounded tips. In the fucking Rebels, you had skinny blades. On the Clone Wars, you had thick, sharp blades. And on the sequels, you had, like, bony-ass stuff. And everything beyond that, you just have thick-ass sabers. And it's wild how they're all different.
Yeah.
But they all have their own thing that they do unique and best at.
Look, I'm also not anti-woke. Star Wars has always been naturally woke, if you want to call it that. But Acolyte shoved it down your throat with the fucking witches. The witches were so annoying.
I think it was just new.
I don't care if it was new. No, it was stupid. It was stupid.
It was new.
No, they retconned the fucking Darth Plagueis being able to create life by fucking random ass witches creating girls.
Yeah, no, I don't I don't like how they just kind of copied Anakin's
They
origin.
copied Anakin's shit, made them weak and lame, and made them bitchy and whiny even more than Anakin was, and made them like really. The stuff they said was just shove it down your throat. It was shoved down your throat. That was the issue.
Yeah.
And I'm all for woke shit. I mean, come on, you know me.
If they would just had like the mother die at birth, that would have been cool. Padme
Yeah,
situation.
yeah. The whole fucking birth from the quote unquote force, the power of one, the power of many.
Yeah,
Fuck
that
off.
was pretty stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, food time.
Oh, yeah, should I go make a sandwich? Martin,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Sorry, you kind of just like joined us in between of a rant. Martin? Daddy? Well, I guess I'll go make my sandwich, I guess. Shit. I'm trying to make a sandwich right now? Fuck, I'm gonna make a sandwich right now. Daniel shot? Don't ask her. She knows she wants one.
Okay, our
Don't act
issue
like you
is
don't want one.
Daniels is fucking nastiness.
Huh? Sorry, sorry.
Daniels is fucking nastiness. So we're gonna take these two because I just evened out our last amount. And then if we're really
Then I'll
desperate.
sit my Daniels just to be celebratory.
Okay, well you want you can come bring it in. You can come clink it with us.
That's exactly what I just said. Can you not do some weird hidden head mystery message? That was fucking annoying. Well, there goes those cans. Anyways.
So yours is like 75, 25. Mine's like 50. Why is it
Double
like that?
shotting?
Yeah, we usually double.
Oh, freaks.
Well, this is our last one. We're gonna go on my bed for the rest of the night. Say hi to Ben. Sorry, say hi.
Sorry, man. Say hi to my son. Fucking annoying. What, dude? What are you
Hi,
doing so?
Sheep.
Dude, I met him. Fuck
Yeah,
out
there
of
you
here.
go. He likes
When did
that.
he get so dark in the brows, brother?
I don't know. He gets like random.
Dude, you're such a jelly fly. Come here. Yeah.
Oh my god, Colin.
You are such a jelly.
I got him this new bathhouse. It's like this.
It's nice.
But look at the
Oh,
size of it.
dude.
Look at the size of the bathhouse.
I
His
feel like it
bath.
was bigger before. Wasn't there a purple one bigger?
I got a different one.
Yours was way bigger. I thought
But
it
when
was
he
like
jumps in, he's too fat to fully get in it. So I have to help him out. I have to push his butt the rest of the way.
That's cute.
No, he nibbles. If he bit you, you would feel it. He's nibbling. That's like cat
Mind if I
licks.
go in there? Oh, oh.
He likes the cats. He's my sleeping bear.
Let's give them that.
Which one is that? The raspberry one? That's good.
So it's cheap but tastes good. Fucks you up. The raspberry one very good. Cherry controller. Yeah, nice and warm. Oh, you have a cold one?
Yeah. It's okay.
There's a
Okay.
dinosaur on it. You see that? There's a dinosaur.
I see the dinosaur.
That's a Spinosaurus, dude. You see that? It's a Spinosaurus. Hold up. I feel the presence of my son. Where is he? You better be out here. Uh oh. That's reliable. Gandalf. Ah, there you are, you fucking piece of shit, cunt. Alrighty. Martin. Yellow.
That's not the
hello,
problem.
gentlemen.
You
How
can-
we
you
doing
can
in this
queue it-
call?
If you're 20, if you're 19.999, you can queue with like 30 Ks.
What's
Okay.
up? 10K
What's up,
difference.
gentlemen? How we doing on this fine Saturday
No,
night?
Sika's come back. Sika's come
Okay,
back.
so
I
we
know,
can
I
all
know.
play.
I was just testing, bro. I was just testing.
Sounds like you guys are having a
2v2.
bad time at premiere.
No.
Oh, let's do a 2v2. 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 2v2.
All right, fine.
2v2. Me and Seb.
What maps are we playing?
Or anyways, I
Like
just
a
made
wingman map,
bomb-ass
really.
Sandwich.
No.
Any kind of wing
No
we want.
rat shit. A map. No
A
rat
map?
shit.
But what kind of A map can we do a 2v2
Unfortunately,
on?
no sauce, but it's triple
he's
meated.
mad.
We got turkey, salami, and pepperoni.
Bro, no, stop. I'm
With
not
some
gonna play. I'm
Swiss
literally
cheese.
disconnecting. I'm not playing.
Bro, come
fucking
on. Why
lake.
do you like that?
I'm not playing because
Oh,
you're gonna
if it's
hide in the
lake- if
corner.
it's lake-
I don't
if
want
it's
to.
lake,
I'm
it's
warming
sesame
up. I
seeds.
want to warm
Alright,
up.
fine.
That shit's gonna go hard as fuck. And then, you know, on my side, we got veggie straws.
I'm literally just
Pretty
not gonna
white,
do
but
it.
I fuck with
No,
it.
dude, we'll play aggressive. Just join. No. Alright, you're a pussy. Kill yourself.
How about this? Let's play. Let's
Just
play
wanted to
something else.
update y'all. I'm on my fine evening meal.
All right, I'll be CT. I'll be CT.
Guitar.
Yeah, of course he's CT.
Dude.
Wait,
Deuces.
Darren, let me play on your.
Sandwich. Okay, chat. We're gonna try Dr. Pepper cherry for the first time. Just tastes like Dr. Pepper. It just tastes like a Dr. Pepper. Maybe I haven't had a Dr. Pepper in a minute, or I don't understand it, but that just tastes like Dr. Pepper. That was a little bit of a disappointment. eat, but my boying's back, so it's like I feel like if I eat without his acquaintance, I'll make it not taste good, I guess. I don't know. All I did was just make a shitty sandwich. So much sauce, so much everything now. Pretty sure a bag of baked Lays. Where's my boyfriend? I'll just
But
watch
I'm
this
not
video, I
saying it's
guess.
the only correct take. This is just what makes the most sense to me. So, in Andor, Mothma gives an incredible speech holding Emperor Palpatine responsible for the Gorman massacre. Cassian then rescues her from the Senate and gets her to the Coruscant safe house, where he and Mothma part ways. Erskine tells him a different ship is going to take her to deliver another speech with a Yavin escort so they can rewrite the story. We see those events take place in the Star Wars Rebels episode Secret Cargo. There we hear a version of Mothma's speech in the Senate again. Hera, Zeb, and Ezra hear her once again holding Palpatine responsible for the Gorman massacre. The Imperial newscaster says she has shocked the Senate with her treasonous remarks against the Emperor. I think this is meant to be the same speech. Everything Mothma said was broadcast before the feed could be shut down, so the Empire is probably trying to control the story, firmly calling it treason. Sure, the words are different, and no, she's not wearing her blue robes, but those are just minor details in the larger story. It's enough for me to just pretend the crew of the Ghost are seeing a bit of the same speech she gave in Andor. Rebels was a 22-minute show. It needed to get a specific point across quickly. But if the differences really bug you, we could make up headcanon that the version we're seeing in Rebels is doctored. It's canon that the HoloNet would alter Palpatine's rare appearances in the Senate to make him look less monstrous. If that's true, why couldn't they alter Mothma's appearance and words? That lines up perfectly with her exact speech about the death of truth. I've seen some people throwing out the idea that this little snippet we see in Rebels is the second speech Erskine and Draven mention in Andor.
What up?
I don't know if it's been 45 minutes, but
You're actually retarded. You just messed up your movement. You killed me only because you fucked your movement up.
How much you hit him?
Only 29. 28.
So you want to see some tech?
His mom is asleep,
No. Watch this. Watch this.
which I respect actually for the first time.
Watch this
He's
tech. Here, hand me that flash. Hand me that flash.
She's visiting. She's visiting.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. Yo, I'm lagging. I'm fucking lagging.
Yo, I killed that nigga 5 seconds ago. Yo, damn, stop lag switching, bro.
Stop tabbing out, bro. Fuck.
Fucking cheating ass nigga.
Hey, yo.
Maybe, but that doesn't really make sense to me. Why would the Empire choose to broadcast her words again? No, I think the second speech they're talking about is the one we see at the end of that Rebels episode. Draven mentions Mothma getting a Gold Squadron escort, and that is the exact squadron seen with the Senator when she and Erskine rendezvous with the Ghost. Together, they make a harrowing journey to Dantooine, continuing to evade the Empire, and where she delivers the second speech Draven says they want to be broadcast as far as possible. That speech isn't about the death of truth, it's a rallying cry to all the individual rebel cells to unite and become a rebel alliance. Those are the two speeches in my mind. One in the Senate denouncing Palpatine, and one over Dantooine creating the rebellion as we are used to seeing it. I've seen some people worrying that Andor was ignoring or retconning Star Wars Rebels, and as far as those speeches go, I don't think it changes anything at all. What does seem like a bit of a change is the fact that we see Bail Organa and General Dodonna watching the speech on what I would assume is meant to be Yavin, even though Bail just said in Andor he was going to stay on Coruscant. Oh well, we can just pretend that's some other secret base he ran off to hang out with Jan. We did get a mention of the General without actually seeing him on Yavin, so where they are. It's not a big deal. But as far as the larger canon is concerned, Mothma delivers her speech in the Senate, escapes with Cassian, is picked up by Gold Squadron, meets up with the Ghost, travels to Dantooine, and delivers a second speech which is viewed by several rebel cells. That is the broad strokes version of this story. Hopefully that clears up some confusion, but that's it from me. If you haven't already, please like this video, subscribe to the channel to keep up with all our...
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's Jeff. So looking over at Steam charts, we were less than 1,000 players from the highest concurrent player count ever over on Steam. It's not even the weekend. Thursday night. We still got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Alright, this is my first time on Jet Trooper. I don't even feel the least bit bad about blowing that guy up. Most of the time that I've ever been playing these, like, big team modes, I just go and pick one of the default classes and just get 4,000 points and just go and pick the hero. I'm never picking the other one, and I feel like I should. If I'm good with it, then I should be fine. Oh,
Yeah, you're here.
Genuinely scared the shit out of me. Okay, I got a rocket. Let's see what I can do. At least I hit him with it. Are there different weapons for these classes too? Holy shit, there's so much to unlock in this game. Oh my, wait, they got 171, 150, 10 kills. I went 10 and 5.
I couldn't even figure out, like, whenever I find, like, where people are fighting, I don't know how to fight around it, especially when it's, like, just a fun. I don't know how people get into a good position and are able to push through some of these hallways. I don't understand what people are doing to get kills outside of being in that hallway.
Sure, some maps you can, like, go around, whatever, but not always. Sometimes it really is just 2 or 3 different hallways to hope for the best, I guess. There's got to be a strategy that people are using, right? I mean, there's the general strategy in, like, Battlefield, kind of find your way around the main area and kind of pick people off as they're coming in, and then hold a really strong position or area and just kill anybody that tries to wander by. But it feels like some of the maps, like, I don't know everything well enough to know exactly where I could go that has, like, less pressure in the area or whatever. And even if I do manage to, like, go around, I mean, it's only a matter of time until they all turn around and kill me anyway, right? I'm also not so good at the game that I guaranteed win every single gunfight that I get into. This has got to be the most insane flash/stun concussion grenade effects I have ever seen in a video game. I straight up thought that Chewie was holding a lightsaber right there. I was so confused.
We're almost in control of the map.
What the f- I got killed by a vibrator. I bet that jetpack class is crazy with all the cards and shit. The nice thing about these modes is that, like, these don't feel very serious at all. I don't know how, if there's, like, a skill-based matchmaking thing in here, but these big team modes just never feel that serious. And it makes it easier to play over time. There's a lot less fatigue that comes with playing it. Sure, it's got some of its own drawbacks and shit because of it, but wait until I get the movement down. I'm just saying, spawn in, first light, get some points, buy the jet trooper, shit all over everybody with the jet trooper, get the hero, repeat. You know, sometimes I hit this, I have my dash over on my right stick. It's got this weird thing going on where sometimes it'll be like crouching instead. That's not fair. He has all the cards. It's so weird that, like, these tank things, you're just short enough to go underneath of them. I just find that really weird. I keep thinking I'm gonna die.
Get all the treasure.
Oh, right, there's more parts to this. I keep forgetting. Same shit happened to me on Battlefield all the time. I think the game's over, and it's definitely not. They already picked all the characters. This is crazy. I can't pick any... Are we serious? All right, just wait for it. I'll get good at picking in the menu as well. Yeah, I can't even, like, pick one of the duelists. People are always on them. Dude, wait. Our team has just been running through these guys. I'm just shooting that shit, honestly. Zero strategy. I gotta figure myself out. I wish I could see where my teammate was. This guy's 80-something kills. Doing what? Is there no, like, overview map or anything? Where the fuck are they sitting at? How does he have so many kills? What is he doing? I didn't get shit done that game. It's 5 in the morning and my teammates are just farming and I'm doing absolutely nothing. You guys think Battlefront 3 is gonna happen? No. Praying? No. Survivalist and battle hardened. Yeah, sure. 20% HP increase. Why do they have this? Sure, they're more vulnerable or whatever because they fly, so they feel like they shouldn't be squishy, but who thought it was a good idea to make the class that can do crazy good movement, one shot with a rocket launcher, and also be tankier than the usual? I don't know, man. Am I crazy for thinking that's fucking nuts? We see how many teammates we got right here. It's 20v20. How many total things are on the ground at once? Because some of these guys are just bots to like fill the area, right? Well, no, I mean, all these guys are real. They do a really good job of making shit not feel like bots, even if some of the... This one's a bot. What the fuck? I thought maybe he didn't see me, so I didn't think he was running straight at me. I thought he was rushing to get to the flag, and then maybe I would surprise him, or at the very least, he wouldn't have a shotgun. I couldn't get Maul, but I got Dooku. But after learning more about Dooku, do you know how tough you have to actually be for people to barely even call you by your Darth name? They just call you by your name anyway. You know how fucking ridiculous that is? I don't know how to get around what they're holding over there. I'm not even sure like where the majority of my team is. Such a shitty game. I have 5 kills, man. I'm such a fucking joke. I don't know how to get in on these games. I just don't. There's too many people. How am I supposed to do anything? Like, we're winning, and I feel like I'm losing. It's such a detriment. Sometimes because it's set on here. How do I crouch? Do I hold it? Okay, I just have to hold it. I got it. Okay. I usually have like a tap to crouch kind of thing, or like tap to slide, but if I was still sitting there, it wouldn't like just dodge me in a random direction. Cued me to attack. I was holding block and it action cued me to swing because I pressed it when I got stunned and it action cued my swing. Oh! I did not swing right there. I was gonna hold block and my teammate was on the way. I got behind him. Holy shit. That's what I need to learn how to do better. It's just map knowledge, I think. Got him. Battlefront 3 2027. Yeah, more like 2030. Oh, okay. We lost. I felt like I was doing okay. I got 56 kills. That might be the most kills I ever got. 56 eliminations, 42 kills. Whatever. I gotta get better at this. I didn't realize how difficult it would be to like try to get them before everybody else. So like, yeah, if I get good, I can go and get 4,000 before anybody else. And as soon as I know I hit 4K, I can just respawn and then immediately take it. But again, I'm not good enough to go and immediately get... I don't even know when I have 4,000 either. Is there a way I can see? Like, I can see the battle points right here in this menu, but when I'm in game, can I see how many I have? I got the increased rate thing on. Holy shit, no, this class is god tier. I never should have been able to make it out of that. He straight up turned around and was after me. That Luke is a psychopath. Could sense the bloodlust. It was insane. And this class feels kind of cheesy. I mean, given there's a lot of shit that's just, it's straight out better. It just is. The point is to kind of have the power fantasy of whatever it is, but it is as cheap as I was assuming. That guy got 125. What was he doing? He's only level 20 as well. Are they using vehicles? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's similar to Battlefield where the vehicles are just so disgusting. People farm hundreds of kills into things. I always wondered every single time I see somebody getting hundreds of kills, how are they doing it? Is it the way that I'm picturing? That they're somehow just off on a really hard angle, farming kills constantly the entire time? They're in spawn 1v1, 1v2? Or is it just them farming people in a vehicle? I don't think I'll ever know.
3 years ago, I made one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in my streaming career. I was bad at League of Legends. Now, you might be thinking, that's not really a big deal, Ludwig. A lot of people are bad at League or any other game. Who really cares about that Tyler one? Tyler 1 cares about that because I was on a team with him, I played poorly, and for the last 3 years, I've had to deal with him verbally harassing me online for being bad at League of Legends.
I got Ludwig's bomb-headed chest, bomb bitch, you Ludwig ass, playing support, this stupid son of a bitch. I'm not flaming, I'm just saying, this absolute drone bot. Bro, if you can't play the fucking role or the game, just tell us, dude.
Dipshit Ludwig, what a waste of air that guy is. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Ludwig plays innocent, but he weaponizes his incompetence to ruin your reputation. Exactly. Let's move on, though.
Now, if you follow this channel, you know how the story goes. Just last year, I ran into Tyler 1 after sneaking into his meet and greet line and surprising him against his will, and he issued me a challenge to hit platinum in League of Legends, which, after a few months of grinding, I successfully did, not only earning his respect, but also becoming a top 15% player at the game League of Legends. But there was still something missing. You see, this all started because I lost in a show match, and although I did hit plat, that was solo queue against random people across the world. I never had a moment where I was able to team up with Tyler 1 and do what we couldn't do 3 years ago, win. Until now. You see, AT&T runs this event called the Annihilator Cup. They do it every year, and this year they asked me to be a part of it. But not just be a part of it, be a captain for it. And the way it worked is pretty simple. There's 4 captains, they each draft a team of 5, and those teams all go head-to-head in different 5v5 games, like CS2, Call of Duty, or, importantly, League of Legends. But as always, there's just one problem. You see, if you look at the captains, and then you look at the games, something doesn't really add up. Like, for example, Nadeshot's one of the captains, and Call of Duty's one of the games. He's a former pro. Tens is one of the captains. CS2 is one of the games. He's a former pro. Doublelift is a captain. League of Legends is one of the games. You see where I'm getting? I'm a captain. The last game is Street Fighter. I've never played Street Fighter, man. So going into the draft, I knew I was in trouble, and I think AT&T knew that as well, so they decided to give me the first pick. And with the first pick, I thought, who better than to team up with my good pal, Tyler 1, which, when he found out, he wasn't exactly pleased.
What is this dog shit, by the way? I think Ludwig legitimately griefed the draft to make me fucking miserable. Actually. Because I don't understand how I can be with these 4 misfits. I just don't, physically speaking, it's improbable. We would have one god gamer other than me.
I think the strategy of the other captains was picking people who they thought were really good at the games that we were going to play. That wasn't really my strat. I just picked people I thought would be fun to play games with. And so after the draft, my team looked like this. Wait, maybe we should go around. Do you guys want to do introductions? This is kind of we haven't all hung out.
Yeah.
So maybe just like, you say your name, where you're from, and a fun fact. I'll start. I'm Ludwig.
Hi, Ludwig.
Hello. Hey, what up? I'm Platinum in League of Legends. I'm from Los Angeles.
Nice to meet you, Ludwig.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
I'll go next, guys. I am LOL Tyler 1. I'm 6'5", 255 pounds. I have a 450 bench, 600 pound squat. I got 2,000 rated chest. I'm a 5-World Challenger player. I'm good at every single game I touch. Everybody knows me. I'm from Kansas.
Now, on paper, we're not necessarily good at any game, but I figured we could all rally together if we tried a little bit and perform better than the expectations that people have for us, which is last place, until week 1 happened.
They're not out.
No way!
Watch your B, watch your B.
Fuck, still sight. Touch. Push him.
I can't.
Kill the fuck!
Week 1 was CS2, and we got last place. Close right. Fuck. Not only were we last as a team in CS2, we were the worst 4 players individually. Squeaks was the only one who played slightly good. Emiru went 0-17. It was a nice try. It was a nice try.
It was a good try.
It was a good try. Yeah, it was a good try.
What?
Oh, 17. Oh. You didn't get a single kill. So the team started to realize that maybe I didn't draft so well. And that maybe this AT&T Annihilator Cup wasn't going to be so fun to compete in if every week was going to be us getting stomped.
Yeah, so Captain, I had a question.
Please.
When was draft night? Like when did this team get drafted?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a couple weeks, probably about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. And like, what was your philosophy behind like the different picks and stuff like that?
I was wondering that as well.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
interesting.
Cause Okay, I just pick people with good viewership. Is that crazy of me? Is that
I know what you are. You're a few count handsy.
Is that crazy?
I know what you are.
I thought if we couldn't win, we'd be the most viewed. Is it crazy to say? So I decided to mix things up. Week 2 is League of Legends, which on paper is actually our best game because Tyler One's challenger in all 5 roles. Emiru is a former Diamond player in League of Legends, and you already know about me. Now, our other 2 players, Squeaks and Agent, have never really played League of Legends, so
My bro
it's
looks
going
like
to take
an
a little bit of
off-brand
work
Matt Damon.
to get them in shape for the tournament, but I figured if we
Justin
practice,
Timberlake.
we'd be in good shape. So I decided to set up some scrims. Walk through the river, walk through the river, walk through the
Agent,
river.
you're gonna walk up to him and press R.
Press R. Use everything you got.
Walk up to him and press R.
Press R. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
No, here, no,
I'm scared though. I'm scared. What
Don't
do I
be
do?
scared.
What
Just
the
fucking
fuck?
hit him, bro.
Oh my god, they're slam dunking me right now.
Part of the issue is that although it's true, I am a Platinum League of Legends player, I have a very limited pool of champions I can actually play. I've only learned like 2 or 3 of them. And the way the tournament works is they're allowed to ban 3 champions before I can even pick 1. So I'll likely have to play a champion in the tournament I've only played a handful of times before. But I was really dedicated. So I did a one-on-one session with every single person on my team. I'm not even lying. I did a one-on-one session with Emmy, a one-on-one session with Agent, Squeaks, and I even did a one-on-one session with Tyler One.
You have to try and not get hit by Liz W.
Oh, they're going crazy, bot.
You need to move up. You need to stop watching bot lane.
Oh. I was watching bot lane. Low-key, I feel like I'm doing my shit in this, John. It's just our
You're
bot
dog
lane.
shit. Sorry. You're not doing well. You are not doing well at all.
Guess we gotta play one more.
Fucking hate you so much, man. God, I hate the way you sound. I hate the way that you talk. I hate your stupid fucking mic. I hate the way you play. All right, I'm gonna play one more.
Now, the way the tournament's structured for League of Legends is pretty simple. There's 4 teams, and we're doing a single elimination best-of-1 tournament. So you have a semifinals match, and then the finals match for the winning 2 teams. We also do a third-place match if you lose, but that's not really on our mind. Our goal is to be top 2 and not number 2. Our first match was against Tenz's team. All right, guys. Last week, we went 0-3. Emmy went 0-17. I know all of you have individually experienced some harassment from the Jake and Bakes, the double lifts, maybe even some people who you thought were nice, like Tenz or Saikuno. This week it changes. Everyone thinks we're the content team. Because what? We're really, really successful streamers who can all bench an incredibly high amount?
Thanks.
That's not all we are. We're gamers. And I think today, if we don't get first place, we quit the tournament. We all say sorry, so AT&T has to throw it off. What do you think? What do you think? It's just an idea. I'm throwing it out there. Okay, I'm sorry. I panicked. I don't know. I panicked.
Let's go!
We got this!
Bang, 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 bang!
Tenz's team was kind of scary because Tenz is actually really good at League of Legends, like all video games. It's Tenz after all. And Jake and Bake grinded probably 50 hours in the week before the tournament, and Saikuno used to be a League of Legends YouTuber before eventually becoming a variety streamer. So we had our work cut out for us. But luckily, they fucked up. You see, in the draft, they decided to ban a couple of the champions that I play, like Vi or Nocturne. But what they forgot to do is ban the champion I'm arguably the most known for.
The Fiddler. I protect kids of all ages.
So although I was nervous about how the game would go, I was confident in my ability to execute as Fiddlesticks.
They're not gonna walk up, and my better just sit in this bush. Fuck. What's gonna happen? Talk to me.
I just fucked up my clear. It's fine. Because I hadn't practiced him even a little bit in the lead up to the tournament, thinking they would ban him, I forgot how squishy he can be. Oh no. That sucks. Yeah, they fucking had 5 there.
Push
Yeah, they were
bot.
there. They were there.
Beaks.
I'm a fucking chopped huzz here. My fiddler's washed. But luckily for me, my team was actually carrying. And you might be thinking that I'm referring to Tyler One and Emmy. And to be clear, they were playing phenomenally. Tyler One's calls during the game were insane. They were invaluable. We would have lost without it. But the person who really shined the most in game 1, in my mind, was Squeaks. I mean, this is a guy who's played maybe 10 hours of League ever in his life before competing in this tournament. yet he was still individually the reason that we were beating 10s in team fights.
Get him. Yeah, get all.
Nice.
Hard focus. Yeah, Jake, go, Jake. All right.
Dragon to Baron, Dragon to Baron, Dragon to Baron, Dragon to Baron.
And although the game got off to a rocky start, we eventually secured the win.
10's just barely back alive, going in after Tyler 1. 10's low on HP, surviving just barely here with a stasis as Saikuno jumps back in. 10's knows he has to try to stand and fight. It's a 1v3 and he can't quite do it. The ace is there. 19 to 20, 32 minutes into the game. Team Ludwig is moving on to the finals.
Team Ludwig versus Team Double Lift Flowers.
So we made it to the finals, which unfortunately is also going to be our hardest test. But we had a goal, which is to be top 2 and not number 2. So we would have to beat Double Lift's team. Now, if you don't know anything about Double Lift, he's considered one of the GOATs of North America. He has a very tenured career with a very beautiful trophy cabinet. And although you might be thinking that Tyler 1 should be equal to Double Lift, even in his own words, he's not.
It's actually going to be disgustingly fucking hard because I may be a little bit...
You good?
Washed!
No! You're what?
I haven't played. If I haven't... Okay, why are you saying it like that's not... Oh, that's expected.
Challenger, no way you're washed, dude. Now, Double Lift's strategy was interesting. He basically built the team around himself. He was picking a squishy but incredibly strong champion and had everybody else play champions that would support him to live as long as possible, to be able to do as much damage as possible. And it makes sense. He's the strongest player on the field. He has the ability to 1v9 if he has the support around him. But he was taking a big risk, because to execute that, he would have to micromanage every other person on his team to accurately tell them how to help him live longer.
Lo, you're going to play something for the first time ever. Let me explain what his lane does. His E speeds up your teammate. You're going to just use your E on me, and your W resets the E. That's all you need to know. Your ulti revives me when I die. And I say, ult me. I want everyone to use every button on me, okay? Everyone use every single buff that you have on me.
And our plan was a little bit different. And there was a lot more pressure on me.
It's all up to you, Ludwig, by the way, no pressure. But I match Double Lift. Imru to win bot lane. Our solos are actually even with theirs. It is just you versus Sakum, guys.
Me and Scump?
Yes.
I'll perform. Hey, look, I didn't play great there, but next game I got you. I'll just do my job. Now, as predicted, they banned a lot of the champions that I play, like Nocturne or even Fiddlesticks. So I was only left with one choice, a champion that I've only ever played once before, Warwick. But I felt really confident because my opponent was using a Mumu, who I've used thousands of times, and although I think he's really good, I also know exactly what he wants and how to beat him. So after waiting 3 years to finally have another chance at getting a dub with my good friend Tyler 1, there was only one thing left to do. Lock in.
Jungle? Yep.
I'll come up.
I can come to bot right now, direct.
Yep.
Nope.
Does nothing. I go on Twitch. Flash on him.
Nice.
The entire game, I had two goals. Listen to Tyler 1 and focus on killing Double Lift in team fights, which is what I did every single time.
Nice. Oh, what?
Nice. You're here?
Hard focus.
Yep, you got it.
Nice! Well played.
Let me know what's
Ooh,
at that.
nice binding,
You're
Aiden.
good. Keep pushing.
Forever.
Keep pushing.
Yep.
Good stuff!
Should I go on Double Lift right now? I'm going.
I'm sending my ult mid.
How do I sell potions, chat?
Shen's walking up.
Nice.
Head pitch is
Goes
top.
to he's looking.
Here's GA.
Here.
Good stuff.
Nice.
Fucking go!
I also tried to help communicate with Squeaks and Agent if they had any questions, try to reduce Tyler's mental stack because he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And if you look at the other side, I think it helped out a little bit because Double Lift was struggling to micromanage 4 people while also having to play the game himself in a 1v9.
On On Jinx, okay? On Jinx, on Jinx, on
Tell
Jinx.
me when. Tell me when.
It's all good.
No.
Oh my god, brother.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. GG, guys. Close.
GG.
I mean, holy shit. I was waiting for him to tell me when.
Anything that game.
I'm trying to push top. Well, all I need is ult me. I pick his picture.
Good shit, everyone. Well played, man. Really well played. That wasn't close. And it wasn't fucking close, man. Kill someone, kill someone, kill someone, kill someone. It's all right.
Let's fucking go! Let's go, guys.
Oh my
fucking
God.
played everybody. Agent, holy shit, Squeaks.
Oh my god, bro.
Well played, y'all. That was sick, man.
Oh my god.
Boom, let's go, baby.
In 3 years, after ruining Tyler One's life because I was bad at League of Legends, we finally got the dub. We were the dream team, man. The Shaq and Kobe of League of Legends. And although technically this doesn't mean we win the entire Annihilator Cup, it also doesn't matter. Because everybody thought we were a joke team who had no chance of winning. And we proved them all wrong. And I proved to Tyler and myself that maybe we are really good together. Maybe we are friggin' good bloods who can do anything in the universe if we just put our hearts together to do it. And who knows? Maybe because we won, Tyler will actually be nice to me now. Hold up, Tyler's talking.
Oh, we got Tyler.
Kidding me? Of course we can hear you.
Big T's back on the winner's podium. Feels beautiful.
That's right,
here,
Tyler.
Guys. Can I cuss or is this G-rated? Heck Ludwig, first of all. He's a son of a gun for drafting this team. But despite all odds, I have come together like glue and merged these four other players, which are terrible at games, by the way, to overperform at a level they've never seen before. So, you know, firstly, let me just thank my team.
This is the smartest guy on Twitch, and today, I'm gonna make him look dumb. If you watch Northern Lion for about 1 hour, you're probably gonna learn 5 trivia facts you never knew before, and get a couple +2s along the way. Seriously, he spends multiple hours a week on random Sporkle quizzes, movie quizzes, book quizzes. The guy knows a lot. He should be on Jeopardy, not Twitch. And if you don't know anything about me, I failed an 8th grade math test on stream. Oh god. So under normal circumstances, there's no real way I could actually be smarter than Northern Lion. But we're not gonna do normal circumstances today. You see, one of Northern Lion's favorite activities is to play Wordle clones. You've seen them before. There's Worldle, where you find the country, Tradle, where you have to guess whose economy this is. There's even Swiftle, for crying out loud, where you just guess the Taylor Swift song.
And I do it over and over. I did something bad. I did something bad.
And so my genius plan was to beat Northern Lion at one of these Wordle clones. However, it's not enough to just beat him, because anybody can cheat and get a perfect score. I had to beat him and have everybody else believe that I was actually smarter than him. And the way I was going to do this was by making my own game. It helps to have a full-time software developer on your team. So me and Otto put our minds together, and we came up with a game called Doppel. It stands for Date of Publication, Poll. The way the game works is simple. There's 5 total rounds, and every round is a different form of media. You just have to guess what year that media came out, and there's one bonus question where you guess the exact month it came out. If you do all that perfectly, you get a score of 6,000. And so began my game plan. I would convince a couple of my Twitch friends, Squeaks and Chiblee, to play it on stream, and I know Northern Lion likes watching them, so it would get into the zeitgeist, he would start thinking about the game, and then when he went live, he would play it himself. And that idea went perfectly.
Okay, Doppel Daily. When did Nighthawks at the Diner by Edward Hopper come out? That's a gimme, brother. We're gonna call this 1921 to 60, 1942. Shouldn't you have been fighting the Nazis at that time, Edward Hopper?
After they all played the game, I was able to start playing it on stream, but I wanted to do it naturally, so I didn't do it on my stream, I did it on my friend Foozley's stream.
There's a new one Squeaks was playing today, too.
What's it called?
Doppel.
What's Doppel?
I'll show you.
I convinced her that Doppel was a fun game to play, and we both played it together. And we did pretty good. Nobody batted an eye. Nobody thought that I had made a random game. I was just playing a game that other streamers were playing. Now here's the final problem. If I just play this game on stream and get a perfect score, my whole chat's gonna call me out for cheating. I have a history of it. In gaming. So that's when I had the idea to challenge Northern Lion in a 1v1. We would play through all these Wordle clones, and whoever's better at most of them is the smarter person. I initially asked Northern Lion to come up with a list of games, and he was very charitable with what he picked, things that we would both be good at. But what I didn't tell him is that the day of the competition, I would add a few extra games, including Doppel. I have a few I'd like to add to your list, by the way.
Please, by all means.
Just some real standard ones. I thought New York Times connections.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Play Doppel Contexto.
Okay, yeah. Wait, which one's Doppel is the date of publication one?
Yes.
Okay. Well, why don't you start with the first round?
Well, Wordle, baby. Lock me in.
Okay, I'm going round one on my Wordle.
All right,
if you're ready. Ooh, baby, 4 yellows?
4 yellows? Okay, how's
That's
penis
a pretty good start.
Okay, got a green and penis. That's
Okay.
that's a venereal disease.
Oh, I got. Sorry.
Do you
wasn't
have it?
laughing at that. I got 3 greens and a yellow, and I feel like I'm
Okay.
set on round 3.
Okay, wow, I have to think. I have to actually really ponder my second one here then. Okay. wait.
Take your time.
I know,
I'm sure your mom's not just eating them out in like 5 seconds.
I got it.
Oh, in 2?
I got it in 2.
What?
I got it in 2. I don't know how that happened. I got it in 2.
Okay, that's insanity.
At this point, I have to tell you, I didn't cheat in any of the games, including Doppel, which I'll get to later. But because I've cheated in the past, my chat accused me after getting Wordle in 2 of cheating. And to counteract that, I put up a CCTV camera watching my every move on all of my monitors. I literally couldn't cheat. Okay. Not looking forward to this.
I'm going to get started if you're cool with it.
I'm jumping right in. Ridley Scott. I love Ridley Scott.
Big Scott head, huh?
I'm a big... Wait. Okay, I missed one.
Okay. I'm not even going to ask you what it is because I don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
But I'm thinking like I'm going to be in like the 7s or the 8s today would be my guess. Channing Tatum. Oh, no, I know exactly where I'm going to go with Channing Tatum. A little remembered action movie film. Come on, show up. Oh.
You know what? I've decided to step down at 3 here. Let's just move on to something because I'm not a movie guy here. You know what I am though?
Geography.
Yes.
I knew it.
And I would love to take you to Global because there's actually only 2 other daily Wordle games my mom plays, and it's Wordle and Global. She loves Global, so I'll take you here. I've dropped my first guess.
Do you have like a penis guess for this one?
I try to switch it up. My mom always guesses France because she's from there.
I'm in Algeria, Andy. Can I ask you how close you are?
I'm just warmer.
Okay, I am also warmer. My third guess is off the map. Is cooler.
All right, 4th guess.
I think I have a good guess.
All right, me too. Ready? Lock it in.
I'm in. I'm warmer.
I got it.
Okay, you got me on this one.
All right, bang. I'm okay. I've got my 2 good games out of the way. So where do you want to bury me?
Oh well, we gotta go to Costco.
Dude, okay. I was nervous about this game.
Are you one of those streamers who hasn't stepped foot in a grocery store in like 3 years?
I'm one of those streamers who hasn't set foot in a grocery store in 3 years.
Oh no.
Okay, I need to think here for a moment.
Okay. See, this is hard for me because I don't live in your country, so I gotta add like 30% or subtract 30% from what I think it would cost.
Because of CAD.
Exactly, and also I don't know what an ounce is, so
I'm trying to think of how many pounds my Skippy peanut butter is. Okay, I'm locking it in. Okay.
I've got a dark crimson arrow.
Just gonna go 6.
Oh, he is he?
Okay. All right, I'm locking it in. 3rd guess. No!
Ludwig.
No!
You lost touch, and now look at you.
Dude, that's my first guess must have been 5 cents away from being okay, right? Because there's a range.
What'd you guess?
865.
See, now this is how I know you're out of touch. Everything at Costco ends in a 99, unless it's the final markdown, at which point it ends in a 7 and they highlight it with yellow highlighter to indicate this is the lowest it's gonna get. There's a whole meta to this. There's layers.
2-2. I'll take you to Worldle. This is an interesting shape. I can't tell size in this game.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
I don't know if
they need to have like a banana next to the country.
Dude, and it's really, really tiny. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go here. I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna lock it in. Okay, I was 75% away.
I'm 94%.
Okay, lock into my third guess. 96%. I don't think I'm gonna get it.
Oh, I got it in 3.
You got it?
I very rarely get this this region of the world this quickly.
Okay, I'm there. I'm in Cote d'Ivoire. I'm adjacent, I think.
I can't. He's in Cote d'Ivoire. I can't is a better Twitch TV emo where a guy's covering his eyes laughing.
That was my game. Okay. You know what? I hate to say it, but I'm bringing you to Poke Duco, old man.
Okay. I don't want to sandbag, but I think the highest score I've ever gotten on Poke Doku is like probably a 3.
Do you know what a Mega Evolution is?
In principle.
Okay. Well, I'm bringing.
Do you know a player who played for the Boston Bruins and the Carolina Hurricanes? Oh, I'm on Puck Doku. Sorry. That's Sergei Samsonov for sure, though. Okay, so we'll get that. We'll come back to that one in my own time.
Okay. All right. This is easy.
Just send it, because it's going to take me a minute. This guy kind of looks like he could be Fire Ground. I didn't know he existed until he showed up in the search bar. Oh, come on. Really? You're telling me the Pokemon Heat More, that is a hot rock, is not Fire Ground?
Well, he's an anteater, actually.
That's what gets the ground. He puts his nose into the ground to eat, and then he has fire hands.
Okay, I definitely cheesed that. I actually typed in Mega and then went through all the letters until I recognized each other Pokemon.
I'm not even mad. But I will say you don't have to do that. No, this makes sense, bro. I got 3. Okay, I used all my guesses, but that's like a PB for me.
Well, I'm just gonna give up. I got 5. That's enough.
Okay, 3-3. You know what? Let's go neutral ground. Let's go to Time Guesser.
Ooh, okay. All right.
I have a good time with Time Guesser.
I love Time Guesser. I'll click daily, see if there's a penis. I'll let you know.
No penis. I think it might be the Nazis. That happens sometimes.
This definitely could be
What is that?
decent.
They have the look of the Third Reich.
I just don't like how he's sniffing it.
He is smelling the glove. My hypothesis is that they had a lot of leftover hats. And then they said, listen, we're getting rid of the ideology, but the hats didn't do anything wrong. We can just put like a new badge on those. I'm going right here. Time Guesser loves this location.
This guy in the back is really fucking with me. I wish he wasn't there.
A lot of people were probably thinking that.
Year is hard for this. I'm gonna go vaguely Europe.
What is vaguely Europe? Like Louisiana?
I don't know, the thing on the hat looks like that little line thing looks like Nordic or something. Okay, not bad. That was actually horrible. It was really bad.
What was your point?
5,144.
This is the inventor of the first Razor scooter. But he hasn't quite figured out the bottom half yet.
Do you have a guess?
I have no idea where we are. What is it, though? Is it like a hammer? No, he's a doctor. What is that?
Because he's not dressed in doctor. I guess it is doctor garb because he's got a mask.
He's got a mask. I mean, this is kind of crazy.
I'm just gonna lock this in.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm sending it. Holy cow!
One of the worst guesses I've ever dropped ever. That was
Soviet technician checking a toddler for radiation. Why is everyone smiling? I thought that would be like a more grim situation.
I got 2,700. It's not good.
You literally beat me by 1 point. Did you say Italy as well?
I went Greece. I thought it was like my Big Fat Greek Wedding 4 or something.
Oh, Holy! Do you see this dude's shorts? Dude, I love that for him.
Did you ever guess it already?
I did, and I kind of crushed it on this one.
Okay, so we know it's Luxembourg. We can just say it out loud now.
Okay, sure, yeah. I don't know how you know that.
Are you memeing?
No, I already guessed.
There's the flag in the background, and then it says Luxembourg Chateau on the left.
Oh!
8,862.
I got 9,681 on
Your
this
year
one.
must have been phenomenal.
It was 89.
You went
'Cause
89?
the dude looks like my dad. Yeah.
I went 83.
Ooh, oh, it's not class. They wouldn't be rocking shorts like that in '83. They weren't comfortable at that level yet.
The next picture's really funny.
Okay. Because of this guy's huge forehead, right?
Yeah. He's got a 5 head. It's a Twitch emo.
Oh, man. My man is bronzed up, dude.
He's very bronze.
Like, I knew he was bronze, but like seeing it up close and personal, I'm like stunned. He's the same shade as the water pitcher. I feel like this has to be like literally the time that I just put in.
Oh, shit.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Shit. 9,173.
I got 9,946.
You knew it was New York.
I did actually, because my dad keeps me updated every day.
35,622 final score.
At 38,046.
It's a close battle.
That is a close one.
I had a bad guess though. All right, 3 to 4. My turn. Let me bring you to connections. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, Swift, Holiday. Okay, what else do we got? Hancock. What the fuck is Hancock? John Hancock's signature. Bolt. Dash. Got a bolt. Got a dash. Zip. Bolt dash. Zip. Dart. All ways to like fucking exit expeditiously. Nice. Tire, trunk, hood, bumper. Car things. Cardinal J. Lark. Swift, I think. And then, boom! Jazz Legends. Oh, baby! Okay, 50 seconds. That's pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna say I won, but that's about as good as I can get. Let's check it with NL.
People who signed the Declaration of Independence.
That was my
Tony
thought.
Parker, John Hancock, John Jay, Taylor Swift. Holiday, songs by Madonna.
All right, I think I beat him on this one. We tied it up, folks. We're doing better than I thought I would.
Birds. Oh, brother. I love Bird.
Jazz Legends! I heard it didn't go well. I lost! That's tough. Which means 4 to 4. Where are we taking? Where are we going?
Where are we going? Let's go movie to movie.
Yeah, this is good. I need this. I need to be humbled. 3, 2, 1, good luck. Okay. Straight Outta Compton is with Ice Cube, and Ice Cube is in wait, what the hell? Okay, why did I think it was it's with Paul Giamatti. This is going bad. This is going really bad.
Judy Greer's in a lot of stuff. Let's go Judy Greer, Ant-Man, Paul Rudd, Wet Hot American Summer. No, Jolo Trulio, Superbad, Seth Rogen, Funny People.
And Big Fat Liar has Frankie Muniz. And Frankie Muniz is in Malcolm in the Middle, Zoom reunion with Bryan Cranston. Bryan Cranston, phenomenal actor, but he is in Kung Fu Panda 3.
Adam Sandler, Anger Management, Heather Graham, The Hangover 1, Bradley Cooper, The Hangover 2, Paul Giamatti, Straight Outta Compton. Time?
Who else is in Angels in the Outfield?
Christopher Lloyd, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, yeah, Thomas Ian Nichols.
I can get that. That's all I need. If Joseph Gordon-Levitt's in there, all I need is to go to The Mummy. Honestly, I think I'm just having fun clicking around. I don't think I've attempted to go through. Back to Paul Giamatti. All right, you know what? I'll give you that one.
That's still really fast, honestly.
I didn't get it. I've just given up. Well, okay. 4 to 5. Let's go to guess the game.
I think that it's this. Based on the lighting,
It's a
I was wrong.
swing and a miss for me as well.
Mm-hmm. It's on Windows.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Right,
this is
no,
okay.
Come on. Did you get it?
No, did you get it?
No.
It's this one then.
Wait.
What? Oh,
Wait.
okay, I'm in the right franchise, bro. I'm in the right franchise. I'm not trying to put the heat on you, but I got it in 6.
Well, I'm on my 5th guess. Warcraft 3. Lock me in, baby. Okay. Oh, shit. Is EVE Online an RTS? You got Homeworld Cataclysm?
Yes. But I was alive.
Right. I was alive.
When this
to be
came
clear,
out.
I was 5, and I was doing really well.
It's probably a little bit advanced for a 5-year-old.
That hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play it. I was like, I don't know, I was 11 or something.
Homeworld. Jesus. No, I would have never gotten this in my damn life. Well, okay. Jeez. All right, I'm down 2. Let's go Doppel.
Doppel. Okay. Now this, I do love a Doppel, although I stopped playing it when it was broken for a week straight.
It's always broken. Like I said earlier, I didn't cheat in Doppel. All I did is I gave Otto a suggestion for the theme, because every day for Doppel is a different theme. Zombies, Japan, and this time, I made it France. Because if there's one thing I know a lot about, it's my goddamn home country. And I figured Northern Lion wouldn't know as much about it, but I might have overestimated how much I actually know about it. This is the Frenchest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but you're French, bro. It has Juliette Binoche in it. Famous for the Trois Couleurs films. I believe she was in Bleu et Blanc.
Do you have a guess in?
I did. I was off by 1 year.
I was off by 11.
Okay.
Okay. I know this, though.
No, this is a gimme. Probably, if I had to guess, I would say it's this month. Maybe this month.
Did you get it?
I got it and the bonus.
Okay, I also got it and the bonus.
Oh.
Okay.
You know art?
No, I could not tell you Henri Matisse.
Me neither. I can tell you when he wasn't, though.
Wow. What did you guess?
1951?
I guess 1956, and it was a horrible guess. Ooh!
Yes. Dofus? Are you familiar with Dofus?
I am. It is a French MMORPG.
Really?
It's a French MMORPG, yeah.
Okay.
Critically acclaimed, and I'm almost positive it came out this year.
I'm watching the trailer.
Okay.
Let's just go see what's... Oh, but that's like so 2010s pilled, man. Like a cute Adventure Time style animal here. I'm going to say this is the year 2011. Wow.
2004, man.
That was not a good guess. I have no idea.
Edith Piaf, La Vie en Rose. My mother loves Edith Piaf.
That's her name, is not Edith Piaf? That's how I was.
No, it's Edith Piaf. I know this generally. Did you throw in a guess?
I did. It was not great,
I think it's a wartime song.
I said, well, I'm not going to tell you then.
I've locked it in. I'm 1 year off.
I think you got me in Doppel then.
Final score, 4,470.
Oh, you killed me. I got 4,190.
Woo! Yes! Okay.
Hold it back.
I can't believe after my horrible movie in painting guess. Well, I'm lucky that it was French themed.
Let's do travel.
I've never beaten it.
I'll set the stage for you. I got it in 7.
You got it in 7.
I got it in 7.
Which means I could.
And the picture that I'm looking at right now is something about it seems very lewd to me, but
I can get this then in 7. Okay, I went Panama. It was good. I'm one country away. It's just something in me's yelling out D.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Me when I saw Magic Mike in theaters.
Fuck though.
D.
The D did feel Dominica. It's so wrong. Fuck. What is it?
Nicaragua.
All right, I need a point badly. Can I take you to Luddle?
Of course.
I just want to be clear. I did not make the game Luddle. It was made by a viewer, but they were inspired by Doppel, so in a way, I kind of did inspire it, and it helped a lot in this competition.
Whoa!
What is
Click
this?
me for a Northern Lion surprise. What? Holy.
Wait, they added Northern Lionel. I didn't know about this. That's funny. Do we play both and then do added score?
Sure, yeah, let's do that.
Do you want to start with Lionel?
Bro, it's gonna be so messed up. I have so many Isaac episodes over the course of like 10 years.
I am seeing Northern Lion has over 19,000 videos.
You can kind of tell based on how fat my face is.
Here's the thing, I'm just looking at the Super Auto Pets pack. Like, that's what's gonna help me, is the Super Auto Pets art.
Oh, I mean, without a doubt. This is, and I got a little less gray in my hair.
All right,
I think we're right here.
I'm 4 months off.
I was also 4 months off.
Dude, you're the guy in the image.
I know.
Oh, this is the fucked one. The Binding of Isaac Rebirth Let's Play episode 163 Parade. What were you thinking when you made that title?
Listen, I'm cut from an earlier cloth.
I'll tell you what, I know this date. His titles are convenient as fuck.
Dude, I don't want to talk about my... I got it wrong. I got it wrong by 1 month.
Wait, how did you get it wrong?
It's just streamer brain. I just...
Hitman. Whoa!
Oh, you already guessed?
Yeah, I was 77 months off.
Oh my god, what did you thought it was like recent?
Yeah, I thought you played Hitman recently.
I was still 3 months off though. I got 46.25 on my own.
Shit. Well, I got 36.75. I'm off to Luddle now.
Dude, I'm screwed.
This is really... Let me tell you.
I don't... This is a slight, by the way. I literally don't watch YouTube. It gives me like PTSD to watch YouTube. So I don't know when this is.
I'm not offended, but I have like 10... No, I honestly probably have like 20 videos called different iterations of like, laughing is not allowed. Laughing is a crime. Laughing is illegal. Laughing is impossible. You cannot laugh. Do not laugh. You can't laugh. And so it is going to be hard for you to get this. I got it.
See, this is tough for me because, and I don't mean it rudely. I'm like, I think the thumbnail is like a little prosaic, a little basic. I feel like as time has gone on, maybe your thumbnail game would evolve to pop a little bit more than this. Your hair is shorter, but you did shave it like a few months ago as well, so it might be a bit of a red herring. I'm gonna say that you and Slime are not in the same room. This is after we got used to Zoom in the throes of the pandemic in September 2020.
You're gonna hate it.
Oh, dude. It was like 3 months ago.
It was 3 months ago when I shaved my head. It's a bad thumbnail. You're right about that. I whipped it up in about 5 minutes.
I mean,
you're right. Everything
you saw my Super Auto Pets thumbnail.
This next one, I don't even know.
I'm like seeing the master at work. Only smart people can see this thumbnail.
You see it, right? This one didn't do well. Remember?
Really?
I remember thinking, what a genius thumbnail this is, and it didn't perform well.
I'm trying to get it by like the way you age a tree. It's like I'm looking at your hair, and it's like the more rings I see, I'm like, this must be closer to the present. By the way, I think this is the first time I ever saw you. I saw a clip on Twitter of you mashing the button in Mario Party. Wait, no, this is... Oh, hang on, no. Dude, you're not going to pull one over on me. This is from like a few months ago. I remember this is the Squeaks and Chiblee, and you were... Yeah. This is like right here. I was 3 months off.
1 month off. You're doing actually good here.
Better than I expected. I was 3 months off. You were cooking in 2020, brother.
You got me beat there. My total is 4440.
I got 2720.
What did you get on your own?
I was up on you by 1K, and I lost by 1,700 on this one. So you got me.
2 games left. After almost every Wordle clone, there was just 2 games left, and I was 1 point behind, meaning I needed to win to tie things up. We were playing Contexto. The way the game works is simple. You're trying to guess the word of the day, and the way you get it is by throwing in random guesses, and the random guess will tell you how close or far you are from that word. So like if the word is beer, then drink, wine, whiskey would all be pretty close. Okay, Kid. Why is kid so goat? Animal. Okay, kid. Ball. Play. Kid. Why is kid so high? Christmas. Kid. Why would kid be so high? Kid, work, school, learn. Why is kid so high? College. Why is kid so high?
Okay, first word, deliberate. We're not close. I'm going to assume we want this bar to be full. So it's not similar to deliberate. In fact, it might be the exact opposite, in which case we say careless.
Bow. Doll. Oh, Barbie. Ooh. Dress. Oh my gosh.
You should be looking for things that come in pairs. Mittens. Shoes. You're right. Okay, all right.
Are you close?
I'm on 31. How's that?
It's pretty close. You got shoe.
Where did you get it?
I'm on 4. I haven't gotten it yet. Dress. What else is there? You have a dress. You could wear a skirt. You could wear a gown. You could wear a suit. You could wear a tuxedo. You could wear a dress. You could wear a corset. Corset. Okay, that's stupid. That was stupid as fuck.
Apparel. Clothes. Money. I don't think I understand this game at all, honestly. Like, I feel like I'm further away. What's one step abstracted from clothing? Design. Style. Fashion. I got the word in 86 guesses.
Style. I look clothes and I look cool. It's chic. It's chic. I can't believe that! You got it?
Bro, what is this game?
I'm at 137. I have clothes, dress, style, chic, outfit, all in the top 10.
I don't understand what happened. I just thought about, like, what's, if clothes is a subcategory, what's the super category? What's one level above clothes?
Clothing?
So you sound as confused as I do now.
Fashion? Dude, I'm actually such an idiot! I'm sitting there, I'm going, I wrote the word chic, which is just a French word for fashion. Dang it! Oh, I had that. I should have had that. I couldn't think of the word fashion. I believe it's a GG then, sir. God would have tied it up. I fucking lost. After all that work of trying to trick him into playing the game on stream, I still ended up losing. I even had lolol on my side. And you know what I realized? If I'd put all that time that I put into tricking Northern Lion and making a new game into just learning Central American countries, I would have fucking won, man. Don't cheat, just study. Fuck!
Hello, Amiga Fire. Hello, Jamaica. Hello, Doodle Trap. Hello, average person. I'm glad I got the average person in here. That's neat. Okay. I mentioned this last time when we did the math course that I'm going to try to have this be a very practical and visual approach to what we're doing in order to get into shaders. As before, feel free to ask questions at any moment. I will be primarily reading the chat, the Future Games private chat. One of the questions people have quite a lot is like, what is a shader? And some people ask the question of like, do I need shaders in my project or should I use shaders? And the easy answer to that is that you kind of don't have a choice. Everything in a game is rendered with shaders. There are some exceptions, but these days, pretty much every game you play are like rendered with shaders absolutely everywhere. So what is a shader? You can think of a shader as code running on your GPU. That is kind of the most generalized way that I can think of defining shaders. But in this case, we're going to focus on shaders that specifically render graphics onto your screen. And quite often, what you do is that you define a bunch of parameters, like maybe the position of an object. You have data, such as a mesh you want to render. Maybe you want to render a cat in a game. Then you have a mesh of that cat, and then you have some way that defines the way that that surface should look, and sometimes even move. And that code is shader code. So shaders are, like, because of the way they work, is that they are absolutely ubiquitous. Like, absolutely everywhere in games, you're gonna find many, many different types of shaders that do all sorts of different effects. So I was thinking we could start by just, like, showing some examples of what that could look like in games, right? Because I feel like it's not very tangible to not have any, like, visual reference for this. So shaders are more like normal maps rather than diffuse textures. Shaders are completely unrelated to textures. Textures are input data that shaders can use if you want to, but you don't have to. So normal maps and diffuse textures are examples of data that we often use in shaders, but shaders are more about taking the information from textures, or sometimes just other parameters or values or colors, and then running a bunch of math on that, and then outputting it to your screen. A diffuse texture, for instance, is usually something that contains the color of the surface. And if you want to render an object where you have different colors on the surface and you want to define that using a texture, you can do that if you want. But you also don't have to use textures. In fact, most of the work that I've done in the past, like, 4 years have almost entirely been textureless, because I don't know, I like math and I like doing things procedurally. And most of the games that I do tend to have an art style that doesn't require that many textures. So last night, I logged on to Final Fantasy and I took a bunch of screenshots because I thought this might be a good case study. Let's actually open a game, take a bunch of screenshots, and then just look at what is happening on the screen and how does this relate to shaders. So let's jump into all of my screenshots. I've been playing Final Fantasy all holidays, so I haven't been doing much else. So of course I'm going to continue doing things related to that. Okay, so let's open up some examples here. Okay, there we go. So this is a screenshot from Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy, it's an MMO, and MMOs are usually have a lot of, like, VFX and particle effects. As you can see in this case, my character is doing an attack, so there's this big, like, ring thing happening. There are impact effects on the screaming dog, where, you know, you have some wisps up here. And you can see that they're sort of arranged in a circular pattern here as well. There's another one here and another one here. And usually these types of things are a combination of particle effects and also meshes that have specialized shaders that run for, like, that type of effect that you're trying to achieve. So for instance, if we try to break this down and try to figure out, like, how is this whole thing constructed, right? We can try to think of, okay, so maybe this disk here, this could be a single quad, as in a mesh with 2 triangles, right? And then on top of that, you have, like, some sort of circular, swirly VFX type of thing, right? So you render that on that quad. And there are some, like, glowing vertical stripes here. This could either be a particle effect, or, like, very small individual light strips. It could also be a cylinder mesh that simply has a texture that goes along the edges that gives it all of those glowy stripes, right? Same thing goes for the dog. You can see that there's all the rings here. That could be a single quad that kind of encapsulates all of the effects there, and then that has some sort of texture on it. The flare here, very likely a particle, probably also just a single quad with a flare texture on it. Same thing with this thing right here, and so forth. And you can sort of, like, try to break VFX down in this way and try to figure out, you know, how is all of this constructed. And what shaders allow you to do is basically customize this in almost any way you want. So rather than just having textures, you can also animate these, you can blend them with other things, you can tell them to render additively, or they can multiply into the scene. So there are many, many different ways of doing this. So here's another example where the different particles use different blending modes. So blending mode is just a way of, like, saying how should this combine with the background. So I can actually show you an example in Photoshop. You can see that this one kind of adds a glow whenever I draw with this blending mode. I can set a blending mode to multiply. If I do that, it's going to multiply in, which in this case reduces the color values, so usually darkens, right? So there are many, many different ways of blending it. And then you also, of course, have the regular blending mode, which is usually just alpha blending or alpha compositing, where we're kind of like rendering something on top of something else. So these are very, very distinct ways of rendering something on top of something else, right? So we can like try to look at this. So how can we break this down? Well, we can see that there's like sort of an orange halo here, right? And that seems to darken the background. So we can presume that that is a multiplicative effect that is darkening that background. Then we can look at some of the other ones. Seems like the black ones here might not actually modify the background that much, so they're probably alpha blended, like the blue one up there. All the glowy white ones here are almost certainly additive, which means that they're going to brighten the background. Yeah, so those are different blend modes. When you say particle in this context, you're talking about engine stuff, right? The GPU shader code you see is a quad and it doesn't know what a particle, and it's just a mesh. Pretty much, yeah. If we talk about like individual shaders, then shaders are generally what is dealing with each individual component of all of these things, right? So if we want to count how many shaders we have here, it is possible that this only has 3 shaders. It could be that it's kind of hard to tell without actually having the game at hand, but it could be that there's one shader that deals with multiply, as in the multiply blend mode. And there could be another one that deals with additive, and there could be another one that does alpha blending. And then what can happen is that you use these 3 shaders, but you use them in different contexts and with different inputs. We're going to get into that later. How the structure of like shaders versus materials and all of that. Kind of going into too much detail here. I'm supposed to just quickly go through these. Okay, what else? Here's another interesting example. So this one has some refraction in it. Refraction is usually when you take some, usually background, and then you distort it. So if you want to have like heat waves above a road or something, then you can sometimes use refraction in order to distort some image. Underwater effects also use a lot of distortion, where you can see that the character is here, and then there's a distorted version here. It's a little hard to tell how it works when it's not in motion, and I didn't have time to record a thing in motion. Here's another example, when you like kind of mash all of these together. This is more about VFX than it is about shaders, I suppose. But you can do a lot of like fancy effects if you combine a lot of things together, right? So in this case, you can sort of trace out all the different discs you have here, right? There's one going here, there's a circular one going there, and you can see that with the combination of all of this, you can achieve a lot of effects, right? So if we try to break down the shaders of these, then again, we're probably going to look at one additive shader here for anything that's glowing, and then this looks like an alpha blended one for stuff that shouldn't make things brighter. This should just darken things, right? We want to blend toward the color of that we have defined in this probably particle effect, right? Another example of a lot of different planes. This is also something that sort of goes outside of what you do in particle effects. If you talk about Unity's particle effect system, doing something like this is generally pretty hard because particle effects usually deal with a lot of particles naturally, and they're usually kind of scattered and in many different places. But often you have cases like this where you have a very defined structure, right? Where you want to draw these like strips on the ground with a lot of these symbols. So these are likely 2 triangles, right, for each of these. I cannot draw a straight line. Anyway, yeah, so that's probably just a quad, and then you have another mesh that goes, it's sort of like the edges of a cube, very likely, that goes along here. You can sort of follow the shape, I hope. And then, of course, yeah, everything is triangles, so the mesh is going to be triangulated like this. So what the shader can then do, you know, the shader has the mesh that is this inverted cube with only the walls, right? And then what you can do then in the shader is that you have lots of textures you can combine in different ways. So you can see that there's this pink smoke-like effects. So this is very likely a texture that is mapped along this whole shape. There are some like multiply effects here that like darken the background that could be part of another render pass of this cube, I'm not sure, and so forth. So usually this kind of goes outside of what you can do with particle effects. This is more, you know, you have a mesh and then you want to make it look a very, very specific magical way. And that is something you can do with shaders. Okay, should I go through more examples, or is it boring you at this point? I probably took too many screenshots. Same thing here. It's a big ground texture. A lot of like additive glowy effects. There are these little daggers pointing into the ground, and all of these are probably also just simple quads and stuff, right? This became a VFX course now. It's not about shaders anymore, it's about VFX. Oh, here's a good one. You can even use shaders in UI. So this is an example of a progress bar that sort of has this mask on top of it in order to have all of these symbols. But what's happening underneath these symbols is that there's a progress bar that's going to render inside of these. You can see that it's halfway filled here, where it's sort of going up to this point. So this is also a very good use case for shaders. You can make a single shader that renders this thing, and then you have input data that says what is the percentage of fill on this bar, right? And then using that, you can then just define exactly how you want this to look, depending on how much you've stored in this bar, right? Same thing goes for like a lot of MMOs have like markings on their icons. So these little dashes around the edge here, they are also animated and move around in a circle. You could do that using a shader. There are lots of like circular progress bars you can also define in a shader. Or you can do it with sprite sheets. Usually makes things easier than custom shaders for everything. Here's a more render pipeline related one. So shadows. If you want to make shadows in a game, that also requires a lot of processing on the GPU. Because quite often your GPU needs information about everything in the world in order to cast shadows like this, right? So if we look at this scene, most of the background is pretty well lit. There are some shadows here in the background that are cast here. But there's a building here that is casting this pretty complex shadow, right? Because it's following the shape of the edge of the roof of this building, right? And it also casts realistically on top of all of these objects. So that continues there, and then even for dynamic shadows for the character, there's shadows going underneath there, shadows going across here, going all the way down there, right? And this is another process that you tend to do on the GPU. And there are many different ways of doing shadows, but it's kind of interesting that some of the techniques you use to cast shadows is that you kind of render the scene from the point of view of the light source, and you only render how far away geometry is. And then you can use that information in your usual frame that you're rendering here in the game to know whether or not shadow or light is going to hit a certain point or not, right? Just another example. The skin is a pretty difficult thing to render, turns out. Skin has a lot of properties that generally most solid objects in the world don't have. So one thing that you might notice when skin is rendered in some game is that usually there's some highlight where the light source is hitting, right? This is the highlight on the cheek, and then you can see that it sort of fades to shadow in this direction, right? And then you have a shadow line here, right? So one thing that skin has, which is a very specialized thing, is usually called subsurface scattering. Subsurface scattering means that light sort of enters something. So if you have a surface, you have light rays coming in. In many cases, if it's a perfect mirror, light would just bounce off of it, right? But in some cases, light can actually enter, and then light can scatter around inside of some surface and then hop out somewhere else. What happens is that usually some wavelengths are absorbed when this happens. So it could be that you have white light coming in, but then once it starts to scatter inside of the skin, some wavelengths are absorbed, and you can get a more red tinted light coming out of it because the greens and the blues have been absorbed, so mostly red is coming out. So quite often with skin is that you get this red tinted shade here that happens in the transition where you get less light, but then the scattered light keeps spreading out of that. You don't need to know how to do all of these things. I'm kind of just going through of what you can do with shaders and some examples from, in this case, from Final Fantasy. And then there are all sorts of properties of all of these surfaces, right? For instance, the lower lip has a very glossy highlight here, right? But the cheeks don't. There's not a glossy highlight here. or on the nose, or like nothing like that, right? They're pretty matte. So all of these things are things you need to define in the shader. Where do we want things to be glossy? Where do we want things to be matte? Where do we want to have subsurface scattering, and so forth. Let's see, what else? Oh, hair rendering is surprisingly difficult, but I don't know if we should get into all of the details of that. Here's another good thing to talk about. Someone mentioned normal maps before. Normal maps are kind of a way to add more geometry data, or what looks like geometry data, without actually adding geometry. So quite often, you're making meshes with triangles, so we can try to like sort of work out what the mesh looks like here. This is a pretty low poly mesh, right? You can see that it's very jagged, but the internals of it looks pretty detailed, right? It looks like a pretty smooth curved surface. All of these intricate details look really nice. But what the geometry likely looks like, if I were to guess, is that I would probably have a very, very simple structure. Actually, I could see that one now. I'm guessing it would be something like this. So it's sort of just like a very simple low poly cone, but with certain textures, you can make a normal map which encodes data about the direction that a surface is pointing. And with that data, we can make it look as if it's being shaded, as if there's geometry there. Same thing goes with this. This doesn't actually exist in the triangle data, but if we have that encoded into a texture, we can then use that texture in order to get more detail out of it, instead of just adding geometry all the time, right? Especially in like an MMO, where you're gonna have to have like a lot of characters in one place, and adding geometry detail that's like super, super high poly to that is not going to work out well, right? So you need some shortcuts to add more detail where there is none, right? So we're going to do normal maps probably on Thursday, I think, depending on how far we go. All right, let's see. Let's switch game. Overwatch. What a game. So we can see sort of the same concepts here. Like, regardless of what game we're looking at, we can almost always just take a screenshot and then sort of break down what's happening in the frame. So Overwatch is kind of interesting in many ways. One thing that Blizzard tend to do in their games is they have a lot of like specialized shaders in their UI. So this glow, for instance, is sort of like an additive particle effect, but it's in your UI instead of in the world. And then obviously in the world, there are tons and tons of different particle effects. You have like Roadhog's gun. You've got like an additive thing here. I can't draw for some reason. Oh, I'm drawing underneath. And then you have the Reinhardt's barrier. This one looks like it's very glowy, could be additively rendered. And then you have some refraction here again. You can see that there's like a distortion bubble here. It might be hard to tell on stream, but you can see that it distorts this path here. There's a smoke trail coming here that also gets a little distorted. What else? We have Tracer. Just did a blink thing, maybe reverse. I don't know which effect this is. This is probably the teleportation thing. So you can see that Tracer is rendered completely differently here, right? So very likely Tracer's shader has just been completely swapped to some other shader, right? Everybody else is rendered like with their normal textures and whatnot, but Tracer in this case has an entirely different one. And this particular type of shader is usually called a Fresnel shader. Fresnel is an absolutely ubiquitous term that you're going to hear about too much. F-R-E-S-N-E-L, because yay, French names. Fresnel. So what Fresnel basically means that as something is starting to face away from you, you get a stronger light. So you can see that the edges are kind of lit up here, right? But the middle is not lit up. So it's almost an outline effect, but it's not actually an outline effect. And it's kind of important to know the difference between the two. Right, another example of Fresnel. Roadhog in this case is being frozen. And it's probably a little bit more visible here to see how it works. So you can see that if you look at his hand, for instance, stuff that is kind of directly facing the camera, in which case like this part of the thumb, does not have this glowy effect. It only starts happening for surfaces that are facing away from you, right? So the Roadhog's hook here, for instance, is also facing away from you more so than this part of the thumb, and therefore it's brighter, right? And this part has a very, very steep angle, so this whole thing is very bright. So this is a very useful, simple way of getting a sort of like outline effect, highlighting objects, and so forth. Another one, Winston's Shield, similar thing. This shader also has some like extra features for, because this is a spherical bubble, but it can intersect with the world in different places. So it intersects with the ground here, and then it makes it so that there's a bit of a light going around that edge. So it like kind of follows around the whole bubble. It also intersects with the world up here, right? So even though it's intersecting with pretty complicated geometry here, it can still maintain to do this like whole outline thing. Yeah, usually that's done with like depth hackery and whatnot, but do Fresnel have relations with Rimlight, or am I confusing them with each other? They are usually related, but they're not the same thing. There are all sorts of things that are called Fresnel. If you start reading up on like physically based shading, you're gonna find the word Fresnel in terms of like physical light propagation, which is slightly different than the artistic usage of just a Fresnel shader.
Are you actually asleep, or are you just fucking
Yeah,
with
but
me?
the idea is that
If you're a
as the
you should be an
angle
actor.
towards some surface versus the camera is very low, something happens.
Hey, girl.
We're gonna make a Fresnel shader later, so we can see it in action if you
Yo.
want. Here's a screenshot from Demon Souls. And you might tell that there's a bit of a highlight effect on
Colin.
the character.
Yeah.
This too is Fresnel.
Can I
Everything
steal
is
a shot
Fresnel.
from you?
Fresnel is everywhere.
Just one.
No matter what game you're getting into,
Just for
there's going to be Fresnel somewhere.
What are you
exactly
doing?
the same effect. You get like a glow around the edges, and as the
You trying to be
surfaces are
asleep?
pointing toward you, that glow sort of disappears and it fades to darkness. Yeah, so it's the exact same principle.
Okay.
It is important to
Okay.
note though that Fresnel,
Colin?
it's kind of
Damn,
only
bro.
like it works.
Okay,
best for
whatever I
surfaces
should be
that
shaking with
have,
you, it should not take
relatively
that
smooth
much for me to
surfaces.
shake your
As soon
head.
as
You
things get
drinking
sharp, you
alcohol?
don't really get the same outline effect. As you can see, the shield here
Yo!
doesn't
Oh,
really
holy
have that
shit.
type of highlight. Not even
You
close
just-
compared to like the.
Yo, you just drinking alcohol?
It's like,
so
you
they're a
know,
little
Pravo.
bit separate, but it's a
Pravo,
very,
is
very
it just
easy hack
alcohol, though?
to add to your stuff.
It's like live
It also
action.
looks a little different.
No,
than
I
actual
mean, like,
outline
are you doing
effects.
other drugs?
This
You
is a
seem
game.
like out of it.
Return
Oh,
of the
damn, bro,
Oberdin.
I'm just sleepy. Holy shit.
A very,
Can I
very
take a
different
shot from you?
usage of
Yeah, I
shaders. We're being
guess
sort of
so.
looking at more
Are you
VFX
okay? You
and
want to go to
realistic
your
stuff.
bed? I'll carry you to your
This
bed.
is another
holy
game
shit.
that is heavily
You wanna
using
go to your bed?
shaders, but for an
fucking do it,
entirely
holy
different artistic
shit.
purpose, right? So the Return of Oberdin is a game that is only using two colors. There's, well, it's not exactly black, but it's pretty much just black and white. And then in order to express shading, they use dithering in their game. So, yeah, so like this is something that
Hey,
you can do
Colin.
with shaders too. And like
You
this
okay
is,
if
like,
I carry you
perfect
to your
for
bed?
shaders
He's
because
fine.
they
That's okay.
deal with these types of like
Yep.
graphical things.
Stop.
And then you
What
can.
the
You said
fuck?
Yeah,
you said I
all
could
sorts of
carry
things.
you.
Stop.
Effects like this.
Okay.
Another example is
Fuck.
something less realistic is Kentucky Road Zero.
What the
This is
fuck?
one of my favorite point-and-click games. It's super, super nice and atmospheric. Kentucky Road Zero also has a very, very like minimalistic art style. But even though it's very minimalistic, there are lots of places where they use shaders for artistic effect, right? So in this case, you can see that they're playing a lot with depth in this one, because if you look at the trees here, the bird is in front of these trees, but the fog implies that these parts are in the background. So this is a like very like it's a trippy effect. It's a trippy game that employs all sorts of like graphical things to achieve their like artistic vision, right? And you wouldn't be able to do this if you were just using like Unity's built-in shaders, right? So really what shaders are about is allowing you to expand your visual horizons, right? I thought that was sorting of the sprites. All of this is dynamic, and so if you move the camera and the geometry, it's kind of difficult to do this without like coding that into the shaders, but maybe you can do it with just sorting as well. But regardless, sorting on something is dealing with the graphical aspects of this, which is dealing with shaders. That was a very long just walkthrough of random shit in games. Oh, actually I have a few like separate examples. Here's an example from a game that I worked on. It's made in my studio, Neat Corp. So this is the portal locomotion system in Budget Cuts. So in this case, this one has a very, very specialized shader for dealing with opening up this portal, right? So you use this portal to move between locations and rooms. That's pretty much what this does. So you can see that you open up a portal into a different room, and then this renders into that portal that's sitting in your hand. And then you can still see anything outside of that, right? And yes, this is a VR game. And then when you teleport, this bubble sort of expands and encapsulates your entire field of view. And then once it's encapsulated your field of view, you're standing at the new location. And we wanted this to, of course, be like a completely seamless experience. So we didn't want to have any jarring like flashes happening, or we didn't want to approximate this either. We wanted it to be look exactly like you're just like smoothly moving to the new location, right? Is it a second camera with a render texture? It used to be, but it's not anymore. Because turns out having a like rendering things in VR, you generally have to do things very high resolution because you need a lot of pixels for it to look good, because you have a very wide field of view when you're wearing a VR headset. So you need a lot of pixels. It's usually a higher resolution than 1080p or whatever. And if you want to have another render texture for the portal, that usually means that you're going to have another full screen render texture, which is a lot of memory, especially if you want to like target the lower end platforms. Here's a very simple example. This is from another game I'm working on called Flowstorm, with this little rocket here. So this is another VFX shader. This rocket flame is a single quad. It's two triangles, and then everything else is done in the shader. So you can see that it's sort of bending when the rocket turns. It changes color when you stop or start accelerating. Yeah, and then the little flakes, that is a particle effect. But everything else is done in the shader itself. A water shader I made for another game at Nicorp. So that game is very, very stylized. So in this case, I wasn't like aiming for realistic water whatsoever, but I wanted it to look really colorful and yeah, very lush and pleasant to look at. So then you tend to want to get these like, you want to have a little foam ridge along the edge, you want to have some cute specular highlights, and you want to have this gradient that goes from like tropical cyan and then down to the deeper blues, right? Here is not my shader. This is from Uncharted. Uncharted, and the team working on Uncharted have like some of the best technical artists out there. So usually if you want to look at really, really, really high end like AAA shaders, they do really good work there. So this is a lot of things are happening here, of course, but the surface of the water is going to be one shader. You have some particle effects for all the smoke there. There's even a rainbow. Like there are lots of things happening, but this is again stuff you can do with shaders. Oh, and the rocks as well. We haven't looked at boring objects, but all the boring objects have shaders too. I'm mostly talking about the more like exceptional cases that you can't really do, only using the built-in shaders, right? Okay. All right. Any questions so far? I guess there's nothing to ask about. I've just mentioned that shaders exist in games. Does the portal shader have a field for position of the current portal, and then it just renders stuff from that position in a circular viewport? The way that it works right now is a little complicated to explain, but generally the easiest way to explain it is you have a player position, right? You have the cameras that are rendering for the player camera, where the head of the player is, because it's VR. So you have the camera for your head, and then once you place the teleportation beacon somewhere, we create another set of cameras that mirror like where your head would be if you were to teleport, right? So then we have two sets of cameras. And then what we do is that we render the first set of cameras, and then we do some depth buffer hackery, and then we render the second ones on top of that. So there's no render texture, it's all just the frame buffer, but it ends up just working out. Has a lot of weird side effects though, because depth buffer hackery kind of breaks a lot of things, but it worked out. How often does someone need to code a shader compared to an artist making a shader using nodes? That's a good question. It's hard to like distinguish between the two, because quite often you can have coders just making it using nodes as well. Right now, whether or not you should make things with a node-based editor versus writing things by hand, in Unity at least, is more determined based on whether or not you're using specific render pipelines. If you use the built-in render pipeline, you're most likely going to write shaders by hand, or use like a third-party shader editor like my old ShaderForge or Amplify shader editor. If you're using the Unity's new URP and HDRP render pipelines, then you're probably going to use shader graph for those, right? But it kind of depends. I mean, if you have a team of a lot of artists that can make shaders and node-based editors, then that might be a really good advantage, because quite often shaders live in this sort of weird territory of it's very technical, and yet it's also very artistic and visual, right? It feels like the most low-level front-end code you're ever gonna do, because you're like very, very much doing like extremely low-level operations, and yet it's something that is like directly going to be visible to players, usually. Not always, but usually. Are there certain tools for making maps like normal or displacement maps, or do you draw them by hand? There are many different ways of doing them. You can either generate them, you can either sculpt them. If you're using something like ZBrush, usually you sculpt a model, and then you can export a normal map from that. And then you can have a low poly version of your mesh that then uses the high poly's normal map. That's a very, very common workflow for like AAA style realistic graphics and whatnot. You can also do 3D scanning. You can literally do photogrammetry scanning of different surfaces or even entire models, and then export like texture maps from that. What can you use to generate them? You know, I haven't generated them for a very long time. I don't know what. Generally, if you take like a color texture and generate a normal map out of that, you usually get very bad normal maps. I'm sure you can find tools online for this. There used to be one a really long time ago called Crazy Bump. I think XNormal is something that artists use a lot, even though XNormal looks like it's from years ago. I don't even know how many decades ago it looks like. XNormal has a very Winamp aesthetic. Anyway, XNormal is very, very commonly used for baking normals, like taking a high poly model, generating a normal map, and then using it on a low poly model. Substance Painter is a pretty good program for stuff like that. Yeah, so there are a bunch of like procedurally, or like Substance Designer is a really good tool for generating textures. It's really, really neat. You can do all sorts of like procedurally generated stuff, then export, you know, all the maps you want from that, like height maps, normal maps, specular maps, gloss maps, metalness maps, and whatever. Oh, and albedo maps. There are all sorts of like procedural tools like that. There's also, like you mentioned, the Substance Painter, which as far as I know, I haven't used it that much, but I'm pretty sure it's a tool where you can sort of draw on the mesh, and then that you can draw directly into the texture on the mesh itself, rather than using a flat texture, right? And then it has all sorts of like procedural things if you want to like add weathering to it or add rust to some object or whatever. It's very easy to do that using the tools that Substance have. Artists often can't or don't make shaders unless they're technical artists, right? It's a matter of definition, I suppose, but usually the capital A artists who just do 3D modeling or 2D art generally don't do shaders. Quite often there's, you know, a specific role in game development where someone is a technical artist, and the technical artist is then responsible for creating those shaders. And then usually you need to make sure that the communication is good, because not all technical artists are good at art. So sometimes you need to have like an art director or even other artists to like guide them on like exactly what they want to achieve, right? How do you learn about the various types of shaders? Like, where does one even encounter the Fresnel thing in the first place? Good question. I guess a lot of like looking at existing games and Googling for how to achieve certain effects. I don't really know how I learned about it the first time. Probably it was my teacher a really long time ago. Yeah, I don't know. Listen to me. There you go. That's how you encounter these effects. You're in it right now. This is the way. And you can probably find like some website that has like a repository of like different shader effects and whatnot. Fresnel happens all around you IRL constantly? Yes. Although, yeah, it depends on what type of Fresnel you're talking about, but the light effect of the Fresnel effect, yes, that happens a lot. I don't know if it's possible to show it on stream. Okay, maybe this thing. Maybe. Okay, you might be able to see that the top of the outer edge of this thing right there has a bit of a glow to it, right? And the idea is basically that almost any surface, when you get to a low angle enough... Oh, actually, you can't see my fingers in a reflection on this object, right? But if you go really low, you can see some reflections off of this, right? So the idea is that if you have a very, very, very steep angle looking at a surface, it becomes more reflective. That's the more scientific light version of the Fresnel effect, which you might want to separate from the more like unrealistic, glowy Fresnel effect that people usually add to like highlight objects and whatever. Reflections on a water surface might be a good example for Fresnel. Yeah, water is a pretty good example of that. Usually pretty hard to find good pictures that shows you both the transparent part and the reflective part. I had one in a presentation at one point. I mostly find like fake ones and renders that are like not super good. Here's a pretty good example. So it's kind of difficult to see here, probably on stream, but it's way more transparent here, right? You can sort of see the stuff underwater. But then as you go to a more like grazing angle, like a very, very sharp angle, there's like a very, very like mirror-like reflections, right? So that's the Fresnel effect in action. In this case, there's sort of a trade-off of like, you know, how much of the light do you see that's reflected off of it versus the light that's coming out from underneath it, right? So now we mostly talked about like what you can do with shaders, some vague effects of like, you know, what you can do in like different types of games and what some effects are called, but we haven't actually gone into like how to make shaders. This is all very like theoretical. So let's get closer to the practical reality of making shaders in Unity. So usually there's a bit of a like terminology mess when it comes to shaders, because when someone says a shader, that can mean many, many different things, unfortunately. So I'm gonna try to break this down. The structure of a shader works. So we can start with the .shader file, right? So we have a shader here. So now we've got the Unity file of a shader. So what does this contain? Let's break this down. A shader has properties. Properties are basically a set of input data. So this could be like colors. It could be just values that you use for like, maybe it's a number for the amount of health you have, and then you want to render a health bar using that value. This could be textures. And then indirectly, you don't pass this with the property, but indirectly you also pass the mesh that you're going to use, right? So the mesh that's going to be rendered is usually passed into it. And then you also have the matrix for that mesh. Not always, but usually. So the matrix contains the transform data of where it is, how it's rotated, how it's scaled, all that stuff, right? So these would be actual properties you pass in, and these are kind of implicitly passed in from, you know, whatever object you have in the game, right? All right, so we have a shader, a shader file. The shader file contains properties. All right, what else? So properties is just the input data, but not the shader itself isn't here yet. So then the next level is a subshader. So a subshader, you could just call it a shader. It's kind of confusing, but the way that things are set up in Unity, at least, is that you can have multiple subshaders in a single shader file. So a use case for this is that you might have a subshader that is meant to be a little bit more optimized to run on like low-end platforms. So if you have multiple subshaders, you can make it pick the one that's appropriate for your current situation, right? But for our purposes, we're not going to make multiple subshaders, so you might as well just consider it a shader. The subshader itself contains something called a pass. This is a render pass or a draw. I don't really know what you want to call it, but we can just call it a pass. And subshaders can contain multiple passes. So you can have multiple passes in here. There are lots of shaders that are not multiple passes. Usually you do that if you're doing like certain types of lighting. You sometimes want to have multiple passes or very, very specialized VFX. But usually you just have one pass. So usually it's a relatively straightforward path going from, you know, shader, subshader, pass, and then you can start writing your shader code. So inside of the pass, this is where the actual shader code is happening. You can break a pass down into many, many different types of shaders, but usually what you're going to be using is a vertex shader and a fragment shader. The fragment shader is sometimes called a pixel shader, but it's a bit of a misnomer, so fragment shader is the technically correct one. If you're going to search around for this, you're going to find people calling it the pixel shader. But yeah, so this is the kind of the basic structure of a shader file in Unity. So if you're wondering like where is the shader code here, then what this is that this part, the vertex shader and the fragment shader, that is the part that is going to be written in the shader language HLSL. I think it's high level shading language or something like that. So that's the actual shader code, right? Everything outside of that, as soon as you get into the passes, the subshader, the properties, all of this is kind of Unity's own syntax for like defining where should this happen in the render pipeline, should this have some sort of properties, some input data, and all that stuff. All of that is called shader lab. So sometimes it's useful to distinguish between shader lab and HLSL if you want to like, sorry about my bad handwriting. So all of this is pretty much shader lab, like all of this, the part in white. Okay, so the actual shader code you're going to be doing is a very specific part of the shader. The red part here is the fun part. The white part is the boring part, because the boring part, this is mostly about figuring out how the heck do shaders work in Unity, how do I access X, Y, and Z stuff, and you know, there's usually a lot of like boilerplate involved here. But this is pretty much the basic structure of a shader. Okay, so what do all of these things do? So like, what is the difference between the vertex shader and the fragment shader, and what are they used for? All right, so let's see if we can break it down. So we have all of these properties, right? We have the colors, the values, the textures, the mesh, and the positioning data. So all of this is going to be an input to a shader code that is then going to run, right? Let's start with the vertex shader. Let's go. There we go. Vertex shader. Perfect. Vertex shader basically takes all the vertices of your mesh, right? Because when you're rendering something in a game, you usually do that with a mesh, and meshes are built out of vertices and triangles, right? So you have all of this data that is coming into the shader. You have some mesh, maybe it's a cube, maybe it's an entire character. It could be many different things, but the point is, whatever you render in a vertex shader is going to be composed of lots of vertices, right? So what the vertex shader does is it's kind of like a for each loop over all of the vertices that you have. And then you can access data from all of those vertices. So you can think of the vertex shader as a for each vertex, right? And then all of your vertex shader code lives here. So you can define all of these operations on every vertex. In most cases, what you want to do in the vertex shader is that you want to put these vertices at some place in the world, right? So if you have an object like, I don't know, let's say you have a cube, right? This is not a very good cube. You want to put this somewhere in the world. But one problem is that the vertex shader doesn't really want you to put things in world space, and not in local space either, and not even in view space. The vertex shader wants you to say, where are these vertices going to be in what's called clip space? And clip space is kind of like a normalized space from -1 to 1 inside of your current view or render target. So usually it's kind of a like weird transformation where you jump between like 3 different matrices. But generally, there's a very simple way that you do that. You basically take the local space coordinate of all of the vertices, and then you transform that using what's called an MVP matrix to then convert it to clip space, and then you're kind of done, right? But what you can do in here is that you can modify the vertices if you want to. But yeah, the usual case is that you don't modify them, but you can do that if you want. That's the vertex shader. What was tangent space now again? We're going to talk more about that later. I could go into it now if you want to, but I first want to talk about the general structure of the shader. Okay, so we got the vertex shader here. So I'm going to try to do this chronologically. All right. Like someone is mentioning, the vertex shader is often used to do like animating water or doing stuff like leaves that sway or like grass that can sway in the wind. Because then what you usually do is that you define some math in the vertex shader that makes these move in a certain way, right? Because you can set the position to anything, right? It doesn't have to be where the object is even, right? Or the acid shader, yes. If you want to do the acid Minecraft one, you would put these things in some wild location that would make it look trippy, right? Okay, so you got the vertex shader, where you are going through all of the vertices and you can do whatever you want there, right? As long as it's a per vertex thing. Should you manipulate vertex UV coordinates in the vertex shader? Generally, yes. You can do it in both the vertex shader and the fragment shader, but it depends. Like, can you do it in the vertex shader? Then almost always do it in the vertex shader. If you can't, you have to do it in the fragment shader, right? Okay, so we got the vertex shader, and now we're moving on to the next stage. There is some internal magic that happens here on the GPU. So what's happening here is a lot of stuff related to the depth buffer. It's going to do like a rasterization step where, it knows the position of all the vertices, and then it's going to try to translate that into, what pixels go where, according to where you place them, and so forth, right? So there's a lot of like internal stuff happening between these things. Okay, but after that's done, you can now go back to your code where you can start defining things on your own. So now we get to the fragment shader. Okay, so now in the fragment shader, just like the vertex shader was kind of like a for each loop over every vertex, the fragment shader is a for each loop over every fragment. And the reason it's called fragment and not a pixel is because pixel is usually one-to-one corresponding to a pixel on your screen. But in shaders, that's not always the case. So usually you use the word fragment. But in most cases, it's kind of the same thing as pixels, right? So it's sort of like for each pixel inside of all the geometry that we're now rendering, we're going to run some code. Okay, so the fragment shader, basically all you do is you set the color of every pixel. So what color is this going to be? Well, that's up to the fragment shader. Maybe it's going to be red, maybe it's going to be green, maybe it's going to be something else entirely, right? So the fragment shader basically iterates through all of the fragments or pixels that are going to be rendered, and you can write code to define exactly how that should look.
Oh my
and
god! Oh wait!
Where, like,
give me it back!
Happens,
Give it back!
Exactly
No! Let go of my cords!
And this is usually the limitations you're also working under, right? Because this is a relatively limited structure where you need to do things one at a time, right? The vertex shader always happens before the fragment shader and so forth. And there's not really any communication two ways, like back and forth between these. There's only a one-way communication from, you can pass information from the vertex shader to the fragment shader, but not vice versa. Okay, so the fragment shader will specify color, glossiness, specular, finale, etc. Vertex shader is the shape of the object.
Hello.
Yeah, so the vertex shader,
what's up with the stream?
All you do there is either set the position of vertices, or you pass data to the fragment shader.
Ooh.
That's kind of it. That's all you do there.
Information.
Sometimes you want to have very, very specific data that you have like pre-processed in some way before you pass it to the fragment shader. A good example is if you want to manipulate coordinates, but we're going to get into that later. But yeah, so basically, this is setting the pixel color. And that's it. It literally returns a color. Oh, I didn't distinguish between shaders and materials. That's also important. Let's do that. So generally what we're talking about here, this whole thing is the code that you define in the vertex shader and the fragment shader, which lives in a pass, which lives in a subshader, which lives in a shader file. So there's a lot of like nested things in a shader. So sometimes it's good to like make sure you keep track of all of this stuff. You can think of all of these as input data to rendering your objects.
Sorry for bothering.
Right? The green ones up here, these are usually called properties. They are properties that you can configure before you're rendering your objects. And then there's some extra data for the mesh you're going to render and the transform of that mesh itself. These things are usually like automatically supplied by your mesh renderer component. But these properties you have to define yourself, and usually the way that you define these properties is using a material. So the material itself contains explicit values for all of these different parameters that we can input to our shader. And the material also has a reference to the shader. So you can never, quote unquote, add a shader to an object in Unity. In Unity, you apply a material to an object, and that material then has a reference to the shader itself, right? So you can sort of think of materials as pre-configured parameters to be used when rendering something with a shader, right? So to clarify, you can have multiple materials that all use the same shader, but they have different input data, which is very, very common. Say you have a shader that renders, that has a single property of a color, then you might have, you know, two materials that both use the same shader, but one of them has the color red, the other one has the color blue, or whatever, right? So let's look at shader code. Let's get a little bit more practical. So there are many different types of shaders you can create in Unity. Since this is a course for coders, I want to start with sort of the simplest, most low-level thing, because I think it's good to get a grasp of like how shaders are structured, and I think the best way of doing that is to use the unlit shaders in Unity. There are many, many different types of shaders, especially if you go into the different render pipelines, and if you use shader graph and so forth. But for now, we're just going to make the simplest unlit shader. All right, I don't know what to call this. Shader1. There we go. Perfect name for a shader file. Okay, so let's see. All right, there we go. Here's a default shader. And I'm gonna fix all these brackets because they annoy me. All right, so you can see that we got the shader itself, and then we have the properties. So again, the properties, this is the input data, excluding the mesh and like maybe lighting information and all of that stuff that Unity automatically supplies. So that's kind of your own defined input data. Then you get the subshader itself. The subshader contains a pass, and then the pass contains your actual shader code. So anything inside of the CG program and end CG, that's part of the shader code. It says CG. Unity is practically HLSL, but you can call it CG as well if you want to. Okay. Let's see. I'm just gonna fix some more brackets because I don't like these brackets. All right, we can go through this line by line if you want to. So both the subshader and the pass has a bunch of tags and things you can like specify in order to define how this object should render. So the subshader has stuff when it comes to like sorting, you know, is this object opaque? Is it transparent? Do we want to change the hue of this so that it renders before or after some other shader? That's the type of stuff you set in the subshader. In the pass, you set the more like explicit rendering stuff for this render pass itself, such as the blending mode. You can set the stencil properties and so forth. So subshader, usually it's more render pipeline related, and pass is more like the graphics related stuff for this specific render pass. LOD 100 is a specific thing that you can use to, I think you can set a LOD level of an object, and then it will pick different subshaders based on what you set LOD to. I have personally never ever used this, so we're going to delete that. No more LOD. All right, CG program. So this is where the shader code starts. And then we have pragma vertex vert, pragma fragment frag. This is just a way of telling the compiler what function is the vertex shader and what function is the fragment shader. So basically we're saying that we want our vertex shader to be the function that is called vert, right? Which is this one down here. And we want the function called fragment to be our fragment shader. So this is kind of just like pointing to the name of these functions to say that this is the functions we're going to use for these two shaders, right? We're going to ignore fog, so I'm just going to delete everything related to fog. That's gone. Include unitycg.cginc. This literally takes code from a different file and pastes it into your shader. So unitycg.cginc is a file containing a lot of the Unity specific things that you might want to use in order to like do things more efficiently. There are lots of like built-in functions there. It's a very useful one to include. Yeah, you pretty much always have that there. You can also have your own things included if you want to include a math library or something. I don't have a math library for shaders to pitch. God damn it. Okay, so now we're on to the more specific shader code stuff. So app data. I hate this name. I think app data is a terrible name for this structure. So we're going to rename this mesh data. There we go. I'm going to use capital M. You don't have to follow along, by the way. Like you don't have to write the same things that I'm doing. Just a heads up, so I might go a little quickly because I'm not like expecting you to do the same thing at the same time. All right, so I'm going to call this mesh data. This is a structure that we're going to run into later. So this is a bit of a weird order for all of these things. I might move things around a little bit. Okay. So then you can define variables for your stuff. I think they're sometimes called uniforms. But basically, if you have some property, in this case it's a texture, called main text, you also need to have a variable to define along with it. It's a bit boilerplatey and annoying, and texture is a little bit complicated. So we're actually going to delete that. We're not going to use textures. So I'm going to replace that. So let's say we want to have let's say we want to have a value, just a single float value, right? Let's see. I always forget the syntax. Okay, so maybe we want to have some value. We give it a name in the inspector. So usually that's something readable, but it's not like, I don't know, you usually want to make this very like user-friendly and whatnot, and this is the internal variable name. And we want this to be a float, and we want to set this to some value, some default value, right? So now we have defined a single float property. So if we make materials, we can then specify different values here for all of the different materials. Float 4 for vertex position? Yes, usually it's float 4. I actually don't know if the fourth component is used for the vertex position there. I'm not entirely sure. There are lots of cases where you do use the fourth component though, but I don't think it's used here. But quite often when you're dealing with mesh data, quite often everything you input is a float 4 regardless. Because that's sometimes the data you have from meshes are called vertex streams, because usually, or quite often, you're kind of using UV channels for stuff that's completely unrelated to UV mapping when it comes to like textures and whatnot. So pretty much what it is, it's just a bunch of data coming in from the shader, and they're always defined in clusters of 4. So that's why it's a float 4 in almost every case. So if you're doing like lots of like procedural generation and whatnot, then quite often you just have float 4s and then you write float 4 data into that. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're not there yet. Okay, I'm removing the texture stuff because we're not going to get into textures yet. So we defined a property, and then in order to use that property in our shader, we also need a variable to go along with it. So I'm just going to do float value. And then this is automatically going to get the values from the properties in the shader, right? And yes, autocomplete and syntax highlighting for shaders is absolutely garbage. And it's only very recently that this is starting to get better, which is why I recommend using Rider for this, because Rider does have good syntax highlighting and whatnot. Okay, so now we're going to the mesh data structure. So the mesh data you're getting here are always per vertex. So this is the per vertex mesh data. So this is the vertex position, if I can spell. And in this case, this is going to be the UV coordinates. UV coordinates are incredibly general. You can use UV coordinates for almost anything. It just so happens that quite often they're used for mapping textures to objects. So if you have a, let's see, if you have a cube, for instance, and you open a UV editor, let's see if I can remember where to open it. There we go. You usually have some 2D coordinate system where you are defining where do we want to map a 2D texture onto this 3D object, right? Which is kind of a complicated thing because you need to unfold this whole thing. You need to define where all these things should go. Usually you need to like pack them in ways that are like smart. It's a lot of work, like just doing UV mapping and like making that good. But yeah, okay. So what is happening here? We have float for vertex. These are variable names, so we can name these whatever we want. They could be just whatever. But the colon here is called a semantic, and this is the thing that tells us, or tells the compiler, that we want the position data to be passed into this field. text chord 0 refers to UV channel 0, which is usually the first one. And then you can continue doing this if you want to. Text chord 1 would be the UV1 instead of UV0, and so forth. There's only a limited amount of things you can get out of this. Quite often, the things you're going to use is UV coordinates. Position always has to be there. And then usually you have normals here. So if you go to, let's create a plane. This one has a bunch of vertices. And oh, it's probably up here. Display, polygons, normals, vertex normals. There we go. Okay, so if we take a vertex and move it away a little bit, you can see these green lines, right? So this is the normal direction of this surface. So if we change the direction of this, you can see that the normals change along with them, right? So this is kind of the direction that the vertex is pointing, which is usually used for shading and whatnot, to make things look smooth or to make things not look smooth and so forth. So you can see that if we make a little bump like this, you can see that the shading makes this soft hump here because it's interpolating these normals across the faces. But the normals themselves are defined on a per vertex basis. Yeah, so when we refer to normal, that is the normal direction of a vertex. And there are all sorts of like other things you can get here. You can get, for instance, you can get the vertex color, which I believe is just color. I could be wrong. I haven't used vertex colors for a long time. And there's another one where you can get the tangents direction. And tangents are crucially float 4s, and the fourth component actually contains important information. So all of these are like useful whenever you're doing, whenever you need data from the mesh, right? But if you just want to do a simple like apply texture to mesh, then pretty much all you can do, or all you need to do, is have your vertex position and the coordinates you want to apply the texture with, right? But you don't need to use UV coordinates in order to use textures. UV coordinates is just one way of like getting a coordinate system for your textures, right? How do we know if we need a float 2, float 3, or float 4? That depends on the data. It kind of like a normal direction is a 3-dimensional vector, so it's naturally a float 3. A tangent in Unity specifically, this might be a more universal thing. In Unity, the first 3 components is the direction of the tangent, but the 4th component contains sign information, as in whether or not it's flipped, or whether or not your UVs are mirrored. So it's just a kind of a hack where the W component just contains sign information. The vertex color is always float 4. If you have colors anywhere, float 4 is always RGBA. And yeah, UV coordinates. Oh, what's the difference between UV channels? Nothing. The difference between UV channels is what you define them to be, right? So a common thing that you do in games is that you might have UV0, might be for your diffuse, normal, map textures. So this might be the coordinates for your, like all the texture that you apply to the surface. UV1 coordinates, this might be the light map coordinates. So sometimes you have like different coordinates for different types of textures, and light maps is another one of those textures, but quite often you want to have a different layout for like color textures versus baked data like light maps. For instance, if you UV map something, like sometimes you have a lot of overlapping shells because you want to use the same texture for the same place or for different places on the mesh. But if you want to encode light map data, you can't have overlapping UVs, right? Can meshes include multiple UV channels? Yes, you can have many UV channels. And if you want, you can make them float 4s. So if you're doing procedural generation, you can just shove data in there. So quite often, the UV channels are just data. And then how you use that data is up to you. But all it is is a float 4 associated with that vertex, right? So it's like having a UV map placement for each map you're using. Yeah, you can use it that way if you want, right? So that's the mesh data. We haven't even gotten to the vertex shader. I feel like I'm doing this way too slowly. Okay, V2F. This is Unity's default name for the data that gets passed from the vertex shader to the fragment shader. So I usually like naming this something other than that. So something like fragment shader input. We could name it interpolators. If we want, that would be pretty accurate. Let's go for interpolators. Okay, fog. We're going to ignore fog. Right, so this looks very similar, but it's pretty different in terms of what this is going to be used for. Interpolators is the way that we pass data from the vertex shader to the fragment shader is using this structure. So everything we're going to pass to the fragment shader from the vertex shader has to exist inside of the struct, right? So you can see the vertex shader returns interpolators. So in this case, we're passing UV coordinates and the position here. Again, there are semantics here. The semantic SV underscore position, this is the clip space position of this vertex. Or the clip space position. It's a little weird to say for this vertex because of reasons I'm going to get into later. But so that's the clip space position of each vertex. And then the UV channel, this could be any data you want it to be. In this case, text chord does actually not refer to UV channels, which is really confusing. But in this case, if you want to pass data, you can just jam a bunch of text chords in here. And what you write to these channels is entirely up to you. And they don't have to be UVs. They could be absolutely anything. As long as they are floats, you know, whatever data type you have. The maximum one is float 4 for each interpolator. All right, so it's important to note that the semantics here refer to specific UV channels. The semantics here is just a way to tell you that this is a different one. It's kind of boilerplate. I kind of wish you didn't have to define all of these text chords because it feels unnecessary, but anyway. For a very basic shader, we might just pass a single like UV coordinates, and then we might as well name this variable UV, right? Let's see. Why do we call these interpolators? So let's say you have a mesh. We're going to look at this side on right now, right? We have a vertex, and we have a triangle. In this case, it's just a line. And we have some data in these things, right? So that data could be a normal direction, right? It could be the direction that this is facing. And the normal, like I mentioned before, is part of the vertex. There's no normal data here. So the next vertex has a normal here. Next one has a normal here, and the last one has a normal here. Actually, let's make this a little bit more clear. Okay, so now we might get a normal like that. This one is going to be like the same direction, which is a little confusing, but that's okay. Okay, so now what's going to happen is that the vertex shader, again, it's a for each loop over every vertex, and then we pass data to the fragment shader, where we're going to render for each pixel. And then you might ask yourself, well, the pixels are not just on the vertices. You're going to have a pixel that's going to render in the middle of this, right? It's going to be on like a triangle face somewhere. So then if we pass the normal to the fragment shader from the vertex shader, the way that that data is going to look in the fragment shader is that it's going to be interpolated, as in it's going to be a blend between this normal and this normal. So the interpolated data, in this case, means that it's going to be, the normal is going to like smoothly blend over to point more and more in this direction, right? And going this direction, it's going to start tilting down into pointing in this direction. And this goes for any data. So let's say you have vertex colors. Let's say you have the color red there, and then you have the color blue here. So if you then get the vertex colors, and you pass that to the fragment shader, the color you're going to get at this location is going to be a blend between these two. Because again, it's interpolating or lerping, if you want to use that, between these two states. So what you're going to get is sort of a smooth blend like this, right? So then you're going to end up with sort of the halfway color of those. That's why they are called interpolators sometimes, because any data that you set in the vertex shader that is going to be passed to the fragment shader is going to be interpolated exactly in that way, whatever data that might be, right? So in the fragment shader, you don't actually have access to individual vertices or anything like that. All you have is the interpolated data for any given fragment that you're rendering. And obviously there's going to be more, it's not just a single pixel in the center, there's going to be a lot of pixels all across. And like for the 3D analogy, it would be exactly the same thing. If you look at a triangle like this, here you go. And let's say we define vertex colors for this one too. So we have red, we have blue, and we have green. So now let's say we want to draw, like, we want to know what color this one is going to be. So let's say we make a shader that all the shader does is that it outputs the vertex color. So let's say we have vertex colors in the mesh, and in the fragment shader, we just say return vertex color. And that vertex color was something we passed from the fragment shader. The way that triangle is going to look is that it's going to blend these colors together, and it's going to look, you know, something like this. And this is the classic GL triangle. If you have like that one friend that is writing their own game engine for some reason, they're going to be like, oh, look, I made a triangle, right? And the reason it's blending between these different colors is because you supplied some color data in each of these corners of the triangle, and the fragment shader blends that data. So that's the blending you're seeing in the center. If you want to get technical, what this is called when you're blending between three different points like this, it's called barycentric interpolation. But it's basically just a lerp, but for 3 points in like 2D space. But you don't have to do this yourself. This is something that it's going to do on its own, right? So this happens whether you like it or not. It's going to interpolate all the data you have. Sometimes you don't want it to do that. So yeah. Let's see, there was a question. I feel like I missed a step where vertex data was passed into mesh data. Stuck thinking that OpenGL redefine a vertex array object for the vertex data layout. You don't pass vertex data into mesh data. That happens automatically by Unity. So Unity is passing all the data into the mesh data struct. So you don't need to deal with that. So this is like automatically filled out by Unity. Okay, so now we've just talked about like what interpolators are. We haven't actually looked at the vertex shader. And here we got the actual vertex shader. Right, so this is a function, just like any other function. It has some input parameters. It has the mesh data, right? So the mesh data is coming in here. So that's the struct. So if we want to access the normals of this mesh or the UV coordinates, we can do that using the V variable, because that one is already populated with data. We're going to ignore fog, so I'm just deleting everything fog related. We're going to ignore textures as well. And the vertex shader, all it returns is these interpolators, right? And interpolators is like data you specify per vertex. So what you specify in interpolators is what data do we want to interpolate across all of these, across this whole surface, right? Because again, all the data that each fragment shader has access to is the interpolated version of this. So when you're in the fragment shader, the only color you have for this fragment is going to be the color that you get here, right? The fragment has no idea what color this is, what color this is, and what color this is, right? Yeah, so that's why you can sometimes call them interpolators, because you get the interpolated value of whatever it is you define in the vertex shader. Okay, this is the vertex shader right now. All we're doing is we get mesh data, and then we set the vertex interpolator. This is the specialized one that always has the clip space position. So Unity has a built-in function called the Unity object to clip position. If you want to get technical, this is multiplying by the MVP matrix, which is the model view projection matrix. But essentially what it does is that it converts local space to clip space. That's all it does. And then it sends that to the interpolator called vertex, right? And usually O is used for the output if you want to know why it's called O. Right. So that's it. That's all we're doing right now. We can wait with UV coordinates for now, actually. Let's not do UV coordinates. Okay, fixed 4. what is fixed for? What is happening? What is this? All right, so you're probably familiar with float for. In Unity C#, this would be the same thing as vector for, right? And the same thing goes with like float 3, float 2, and float. But in shaders, you have some extra data types that are lower precision than floating point precision. So this is a 32-bit float. But in shaders, you also have fixed and half. So you can say, let's just do float. So float is a 32-bit float. Half is a 16-bit float. And then you have another one called fixed, which is a little weird. It's kind of like, it's very legacy at this point, and almost no platforms you're ever going to target has the fixed precision. But it's very, very low precision. I think it's around 12 or something weird like that. And I think it also depends on the platform. So sometimes it's not just 12. Anyway, lower precision. There we go. And the fixed one is pretty much only useful within the like -1 to 1 range. Outside of that, you get so terrible precision that it's not going to be useful, right? Half is pretty good for most things. You very rarely need to use float, actually. But half precision, you can get away with a lot of things, as long as you do them in the correct space. Float works well for anything in like a world space and stuff like that. But half is usually the one you're going to use. But when you're doing things in practice, you can just use float everywhere, and some platforms don't even support half and fixed. I think some like PC platforms never use half or fixed. They always have everything in floats. But if you're doing things on mobile, then half precision is going to be important. And then there are some other variable names that might be useful. So again, you can do this with vectors too. So while there's a float for, there's also a half for, there's also a fixed for. So this would be the vector for version of that. And they continue with this like naming convention. So if you want to make a matrix, then that's called float 4 by 4. And again, you can do half 4 by 4 for a half precision 4 by 4 matrix, and so forth. Yeah, so this is how you do matrices. Where this in C#, the equivalent would be matrix 4 by 4, right? And you can do like 3 by 3, 3 by 4 matrices as well. There are some data types. Bool data types kind of exist, but generally they're equivalent to values of 0 and 1, which is familiar to some of you, because I'm sure some of you have used, C or whatever, where I think bool is like equivalent to a 0 and a 1, where you can just multiply by a bool. So yeah, so you can like multiply something by a Boolean value, and that's going to compile, and false would be equivalent to a 0, true is equivalent to a 1. You can have integer values as well, but in many cases, it's just going to be converted to a floating point value anyway, but usually you can have int values if you want to. Yeah, but generally, where you're going to be using, like 99% of the time, is just floats everywhere, because it's not going to matter for a very long time, unless you'd like start optimizing things specifically. Oh, and then a fun thing is that this vector format kind of translates to everything else, so you can use an int2, you can probably do a bool 4, yeah, it's shaders, so you can just add a number for how many components you want in that thing. I think. I actually never use these, so I don't know if it's possible, but I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, what's the value of doing lower precision? Does it use less RAM or is it faster? It is generally faster, and in some cases it uses less memory as well, depending on what you're doing. So if you're doing things like GPU instancing, then the number of bits that your properties can take, or the number of bits that they occupy, kind of determines how many instances you can have in a single rendering batch. Not to get into too much into instancing and what that is, but yeah, generally on like lower end platforms, you want to use lower precision stuff because the calculation runs faster. You don't have to do a full 32-bit flip. And then now we're in the fragment shader. We're going to delete fog, and we're going to delete textures. Should you always use lower precision if you can? Pretty much, yeah. That would be a good rule of thumb. I would generally caution you to not care about it until you have to, because you can run into some really weird and hard to debug issues when you're using like too low of a precision for something. So the way I approach it is use float everywhere until you have to optimize, or unless you like really know what you're doing and you're not experimenting anymore, right? Cool. So now we have our actual fragment shader. So the fragment shader has a semantic here. This semantic is just telling us that this fragment shader should output to the frame buffer in most cases. That should be the target of this fragment shader. In some cases, if you're doing deferred rendering, you can write to multiple targets, but we're not doing that in this case. It's just a single target. So then we just use the semantic sv underscore target. Again, it's mostly boilerplate. This is always there, basically. So now we have basically one of the most simple skeletons of a shader. You don't usually modify that much apart from adding code inside of the vertex shader and the fragment shader. Although sometimes the render pipeline tags and the properties, of course, you need to modify. Okay, so let's do the hello world of shaders. Let's output a color. So let's do that. Let's output a float 4, and let's give it a nice color. Give it a red. There we go. Oh jeez, I don't want to auto format. All right, so this is just a red color, and like I mentioned before, in the math class we had a very good rule of thumb to remember is that RGBA directly corresponds usually to stuff like, you know, X, Y, Z, and W. So these would be the components of a vector, right? Like the X component and the Y component, Z component, and so forth. For colors, this would be RGBA, right? And of course, you can also index them. You can call this 0, and this is 1, and this is 2, and this is 3. Shaders make no distinction between colors and vectors. They're all the same. All of them are float 3, or they're float 4, or float 2, or whatever. So everything you do in shaders is pretty much always structured this way. So there's no color type in shaders, and there's no vector type. It's all the same, right? Because they have exactly the same structure, you have a floating point or some other position value in up to 4 components. Oh, what is A in RGBA? So A is usually called the alpha channel. Alpha channel can be used for many different things, but the most common use case for the alpha channel is used to represent transparency or coverage. So you can use it as a transparency thing, or you can use it just to pass some other data along, right? The same way that sometimes with vectors, you also use a W component just to pass some data, which is more common than having a 4-dimensional vectors. All right, so now we got the fragment shader. We're just returning a new float 4 that's just red. All right, so let's try this shader. Let's see if it works. Let's see, output value vert not completely initialized. Okay, so it's complaining because I have not set the value of the UV interpolator, so I'm just going to comment that out. There we go. All right, so we got our first shader, but we need a material. We can't apply a shader to an object. So even though we might have an object, we can't just drag and drop the shader onto that object. We need to have a material to define what are the properties going to be for this object. So I'm just going to create a material. There we go, and this is now using our shader. And then we can apply that to our object. Yeah, and there you go. This is our shader. We made a shader. It does indeed output red. Something I love about shaders is that we can do... Oh, swizzling, yeah. So swizzling is a funny name for a pretty basic, but very useful thing of like, if you have a float 4, my value, then you can access these components or cast them to a vector 2 by doing myvalue.xy, and then that would be a float 2 like this, which is pretty useful. So this is like you can just cast it to a vector 2, and you can replace x and y with r and g for red and green. So you can use whatever components you want to use from this set, right? Or not the numbers, so these letters. And you can even flip them. So you can do myvalue.gr, and it's going to flip it's going to assign the green channel to the red channel, and the red channel to the green channel. So this is called swizzling, and it's incredibly useful. And sometimes if you just want to output a grayscale of some color, you can do .xxxx, and now this is going to just take the first component and then splatter it out on all the 4 components of something. Super useful to have, and yes, it is frustrating to not have that with Unity's vector type. So we made a color, right? We output a red color. So what can we do with this? Well, we can make it output green if we want, right? So we recompile, now it's green. Can you do RRR1 to automatically put 1 in the alpha channel? No, but this is something that I am pushing hard for. I really, really want this to happen. And my girlfriend, Ashley, is working on, she's working on Rust GPU, which is basically like a way to write shader code in Rust. And I'm trying to get her to push for that change. There's some discussion about this on the internet as well. But it gets complicated because if you want the first component to be 0, then that gets complicated to compile because doing .0 is not a valid variable name or a field name, right? But yeah. Anyway, alright, so now we have a way of outputting a color to the screen. And we can move this around, and it's following the, you know, the transform of this object, which is like, seems like it's a very basic thing, but the reason this happens is because we told it to convert local space to clip space here. So this is not always the case. So the default space is the clip space, right? So if we just set this to v.vertex, it's going to be like stuck to the camera. It might not even render. No, wait. Okay, we got it. So now we just took this mesh, but we're rendering it directly in clip space. So now the position of this object doesn't matter whatsoever because we're not using that matrix, right? Now it's just like slapped onto the screen. So this can be useful if we're doing stuff like post-processing shaders, because for post-processing shaders, you usually want to have something that covers the entire screen, right? It doesn't have a position. It's just a global thing for the frame, right? Okay. Oh, the difference between like normalized device coordinates and clip space. It's, yeah, it seems really messy, and it's really hard to find good information on that. It just seems like it's mostly a difference in like axis orientation and whether or not depth should go from 0 to 1 or -1 to 1. Whereas in clip space, I feel like depth goes further, but in normalized device coordinates, it's squished into either 0 to 1 or -1 to 1, right? You don't have to know that in order to write shaders though, which is kind of nice. At least you're writing your own engine, but that's not why we're here. How compatible are the shaders you write in ShaderLab, OpenGL, Vulkan, DirectX? Unity cross ports to all sorts of rendered, I don't even know what to call them, render APIs. So like if you compile something for iOS, it's gonna compile to iOS Metal, right? So like the actual backend is, you don't have to care about that. You only write stuff in HLSL, and then Unity's gonna handle all the like translation to all the different APIs. Is it all compiled to SPIR-V nowadays? I don't know. I would guess not, but maybe. You can probably look it up. I don't really know how the internals work there. Like I quite often mention, I pretty much only learn the things I have to learn. So if there's information that's mostly useless to me, I tend to not pick it up. So for me to make things look pretty in a game and to code the shaders that I want, I don't need to know that. I just need to know that it compiles for the target platform. Can you have multiple shaders on one object for different purposes? Say I want an outline shader when I hover over the objects, but I also want to have another shader on them at the same time. Usually you can like do stuff like you render the mesh twice with different shaders. Yes, you can do that. Outlines in particular are like notoriously complicated. So sometimes outlines are even done as a post-process effect rather than, you know, something that's in the shader of the surface itself. So it kind of depends on what you're doing. Rust GPU looks like it uses SPIR-V. I'm pretty sure yes. Actually, Rust GPU uses SPIR-V, right? Thumbs up, yes. Is it possible to replace VFX with shaders for non-arc background? So you can't like, well, it depends on what you mean by VFX and what you mean by shaders. Because all the VFX that you use and draw do use shaders. Shaders are kind of inevitable. Everything that you can see in a game is pretty much always rendered with shaders. But if you're asking like, can I replace like artist-authored texture data with shaders? Sometimes, but sometimes it's also like pretty like computationally expensive to do that in real time when you can just use the texture that someone has like authored. And usually it's like, it's also a different style, and it really depends on what you're trying to like artistically achieve and what your like capabilities as a team are. So let's continue. So we made a very simple shader. with a hard-coded color. All we do here is we have a fragment shader that is positioning the vertices at some position in the world, right? In this case, it corresponds to the transform of this object. And the fragment shader, the only thing it does is that it returns a green color. That's it. So let's do something that's a little bit more useful and interesting. So first off, let's make a property, because maybe we want separate materials for this. Maybe we want one that's green and another one that is red. Let's say that we want to have a green one and a red one, and we want to be able to configure this. Okay. We want to have a property for the color of this. So this is a float property, but in our case, we want a color, right? So let's call it color and give it a name of color. And we just call it a color. Color. And a color has 4 components. So we can default it to some value. Let's default to, actually, we can probably just do 1. There we go, 1 across the board, white color. And then we want to be able to access this property somewhere, right? The properties that you define here, usually you need to define a variable for that too, or a field for that. And again, colors have 4 components, so you can either do float for, fixed for, half for, but we're just going to do floats. And so now we have the color property, and we can set this color property in the different materials that we have. So then we can access this both in the vertex shader and the fragment shader. We can access the properties from anywhere, which is really, really useful. So in this case, instead of outputting a hard-coded color value, we're just going to output _color. Save that, go back to Unity. And so now if we select the, let's see, this is the supposedly red one. Let's copy that and assign the green one. So if you now look at the material of this, we now have a color property on this material. So we can then modify this color. So this was the green one. So let's set it to a green color. And then we have the red one, so let's set that to a red color. There we go. So now we have a green one and a red one. And we can now configure this per material because we have this property up here, right? So this property has a field called color, and we can then access that field in the fragment shader, which again, the fragment shader, all it does is return a color for the current fragment or sometimes pixel that we want to render. But so far, we haven't actually passed any data from the vertex shader to the fragment shader. All we're doing is just like shitting out a color, right? Or I guess that's what you always do in a fragment shader. But in this case, we want to get a little fancier. So what if we want to pass something?
This is the smartest guy on Twitch, and today,
Hello, Amiga Fire. Hello.
This is the smartest guy on Twitch.